Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCo Nation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Whoops, and apparently did not even
Wow,
link up to.
You just screwed up, Mark.
Yeah, I didn't link up to the new one I rendered last night.
Well, do it again.
Seems to be rendering issues all the way around.
So
This is what happens when you don't come to rehearsal.
yeah, well, here's what was supposed to happen afterwards.
Hello, I'm David Ladd, and welcome to the CoCo Nation Show.
There we go.
Ooh.
Next week it'll be fixed.
Nice.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCo Nation Show, episode 311.
Wow.
And this week it's the Snoozy Newsy.
Snooze
Wall to
Fest
wall.
2023. That's in honor of CoCo Fest. Now it's Snooze Fest.
We got 3 weeks to catch up on, don't we?
Yep.
Well, before we dive into that, let's get on with the panel introductions and that button right there. All right, top left corner, we got Mark Overhoser,
Hey, glad to be here as usual.
and then we got Patrick Euland
Yeah, what Mark said.
and L. Curtis Boyle
Welcome to the show, everyone. Have your pillows ready.
and yours truly over there as I look over the far corner, see who's over there. Then we got Ron Delvaux.
Hey, part of the nation. Rah.
All right, next up, Ken Waters
Hello, everybody.
and Grant Leedy with a CoCo Fest update.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Hey, Curtis, I'm still waiting on my damn chocolate.
I've never seen them since I left Saskatoon on the way there. I haven't seen them. at
Watch
all,
my
so.
video. You'll see what happened to the chocolate.
Yeah, you can get a full rundown. That was a good video. We'll touch on that a bit later.
Yeah, that was good.
And next over, we got Brian Weasler.
Hello, all. Welcome to the show.
And bottom row, we got Alan, Exile in Paradise.
Howdy, howdy, everyone. Welcome to the nation.
And middle of the bottom row, Sloopy Malibu. You may be unmuted on Zoom, but your mic's still muted.
You sound great, Sloopy.
Still muted.
Take two. Greetings.
Oh, there we go.
All right, and last but not least, we have Jason, the CocoMan.biz.
Why, hello, everyone. And I am here. I am not running my video right now. And where's David Ladd?
I don't
Probably
know.
still asleep.
In a Walmart.
He's in chat. Something about Walmart.
Walmart.
And where's Nick Marentes? Nick Marentes is at the Australian Walmart.
No, you heard about how long the news was going to be, and you just decided not to get up for this morning.
Oh.
Smart man. Smart
Yep.
man.
Kind of jealous. I think I was going
But
to go
we're
nod off
even
myself.
talking about one of his games today. Jeez.
Yeah.
I think he'd be here.
And if we get knocked off the air, it's going to be this guy's fault.
Welcome to the cat pitching contest.
Catapult.
Current world leader, Mark Bosley.
Get over there. Get back over there.
Vermin.
Oh, now there's going to be a fight.
Now the gray
Tennis
cat.
racket.
No.
Someone just puked on your bed.
Yeah, that cat, the gray one, hates every other cat.
You still got 5, I'm taking it.
Yeah, still got 5.
I think that's
Gotta get-
permanent.
Kind of giving up at home on this one. This was growing on you
Like
Thank
a
you for
fungus.
stepping up.
like a fungus. Yes.
Kind of like a color computer.
Yeah. Let's see. First up, let's do Grant. Anything you got to say?
Well, a couple things we probably need to mention here. First of all, I guess we should all announce that the board has approved, and we now have a corporate sponsor. Thanks to Retro Rewind, you'll be seeing a commercial from him in the near future. And just want to say thanks to Frank for helping support the show, and we're glad to have him as a sponsor.
All right, thank you, Frank.
Thank you, Frank.
Hey,
Thanks, Frank. And he also helped
Thanks,
support the
Frank.
fest too, so that was good.
Yep,
did.
yes, he did. So
Remember, that's Frank from RetroRewind.ca.
Yeah, not Frank N. Stein. That's a different person.
Frankenstein. So just to let you know too, as far as a Coco Fest update, I just got the information yesterday from the hotel. We will be hosting Coco Fest at the exact same location as we did this last year, the weekend of May 3rd through the 5th. So they did increase our rates just very, very, very small amount, which is understandable with inflation and so forth. So won't be very much of an increase at all. We're only talking about a couple $100. So not no $43,000 like it was last year, thank God.
Wow.
So the only thing else too is the guest rooms will go up $1. So instead of $119 like it was this year, it'll be $120 for next year. So
I'll start
that's
saving
it. We
now.
got to find a new place.
I'll start saving now.
exactly.
That's like
How much
Price
is that in
Right
Canadian
rules.
dollars?
$1.
150, 160, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
going
So,
up
That's
150,
still a deal for
160.
that hotel.
So what's this about the third there?
So
Frank?
there's been a lot of talk about, and I've been kind of toying with the idea that maybe we'll be doing some presentations maybe on that Friday, late afternoon, evening. I don't know. I'm trying to work it out and see what we can figure out on that. Because there has been some talk about, Sunday, nothing really happens on Sunday. Most of the people from the local area of Chicago don't come in on Sunday. Plus there's been, after the auction, everything kind of dies out. So
we're
I'm thinking
hungover from Saturday.
exactly. Make a 3-part auction, which has never happened, I don't think, in the history of Coco Fest that I'm aware of anyways. So I'm toying with the idea of maybe doing some presentations maybe on that Friday evening or so forth. Therefore, we're not so heavy in presentations on Saturday because some people want to do presentations and want to do also the booths, but it's kind of hard to do both. So I'll be playing with that idea and see if we can come up with with something here for next year on that. So I guess the question would be, though, if we do something on Friday afternoon, evening, would people attend Friday? Would they show up and maybe on Thursday? So that's something we need to kind of look at too on that. So, but the big news is we're staying at the same location. So
Now there was some issues. I know I saw some complaints about the auction room being too small because it was literally standing room only. But you had talked about an alternative large room that's a little further away. And what you got an update on that too?
Yep, we will be moving down to the other room down by the swimming pool. It's a different layout. So I know that there was some issues with people who did not. It was a distraction because if you wanted to leave the presentation early, you had to get up and go in front of the speakers to get out of the room, which is a distraction for the people who are listening to the presentations. So the new room will be down by the swimming pool, which Curtis, you and Ken should know about because you were blinding everybody down there on Sunday night with your white pasty skin.
Flashing our hot man bods, yeah.
Absolutely.
So
I'm so glad I missed that.
And its orientation is 190 degrees. So if you take what we had there in that other room and twist it 90 degrees, so you'll be facing this way while the doors will be facing to your side now.
It's a little bit L-shaped, isn't it?
Well, it's more of a.
It's got
it's a little bit of a different setup. The other thing too is you will have access to windows, which could be good, could be bad, because if the sun's blaring in, it might cause issues with the screen. And also a plus side, you're not going to be boxed inside the middle of the hotel, so which hopefully will be better for us to stream next year live over YouTube. So I'm hoping that will also solve that issue as well. And on that note, I am working with the hotel. They're going to look into contacting their maintenance / technology people and see if they can maybe increase the upload speeds for next year as well. But I'll keep everybody updated on that too. So we might have to utilize 5G, T-Mobile, AT&T, or Verizon, 5G technology if we have to. So,
And is the capacity of this room a fair bit bigger too, or
it's
or
a
is it just
little bit.
different layout?
It's a little bit bigger, but there's definitely a lot more standing room, and also we can open up the door, and you got a patio out there as well too. So, I would say we probably fit maybe another 10 to 15 chairs in there, which would probably be sufficient enough to all this people that were standing during the auction, I think.
Well, that's where they had the wedding.
Yeah, the wedding party was down there. So that was a pretty big group they had down there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, when they weren't posing with the Dino Wars poster. Yeah.
Exactly. So, but on a good note, though, everybody I've talked to was very happy with this venue. So no complaints whatsoever. I'll probably will be changing up the dinner too. So we'll be having something different than the chicken and meatloaf, just to kind of keep it a different variety each year. So we won't get bored with meatloaf every single year. So.
This next year will be all Timbits that Ken and I will bring in because we have such success shipping stuff from Canada.
So, but yep.
They're likely to get there a month late, though.
So as soon as I sign the contract with the hotel, which will probably be here next week or the week after, then we can start booking rooms and getting things ready for that again for 2024.
I noticed you had to keep upping the amount of rooms that were available at the discount rate because you keep getting more and more orders. Are you set at a certain amount now for next year?
So the way the hotel does it is they will start with, well, now that we've been there this year, they'll probably keep it maybe around 75% what it was this year. And then as the rooms start booking up, then they will expand it every couple of weeks as more people book. So we will not run out of rooms on our part. So because we have first priority on that weekend.
So the hotel's pretty happy with us?
Oh, hotel was very, very happy with us. No problems whatsoever. So
I can imagine that some groups might be a little bit rowdy and be troublesome. So
yeah, exactly.
I thought for sure I was going to get complaints for playing guitar poorly as I did. So
put in for a different kind of furniture at the dumpster next year.
yes.
Okay.
we need to change up there.
Yep, I'll try to do that. Maybe we'll go for beds next year.
Hey, ooh.
Or couches. So another thing too, that I've also been we'll work with Boise Pete on this. He wants to kind of have a group discussion. So not maybe like a presentation, so like maybe an hour and a half discussion where we have like 4 people maybe sitting in some sort of comfortable
like a round table test.
Exactly, but maybe a very relaxed type of thing. He got that from BCF East, and he would like for us to try to do that at CoCo Fest next year. So I'm going to look into trying to do that as well. So I think that'd be kind of cool, to have something.
Yeah, we've had them before. I mean, they had like the round table for all the CoCo 4 guys like Frank Hogg and Ed Gressick and Paul Ward. They did a round table at one of the earlier CoCo Fest when they won the TC70. All that stuff was coming out. We've had other round tables. The Rainbow Fest used to have round tables too. So yeah, that's not a bad idea to bring it back now that attendance is going up. It's more worthwhile to do so.
Okay,
very much
cool.
so.
So other than that, that's all I had. Any other questions or concerns? Oh, I guess also should make an announcement too. The theme will be a Star Wars theme because it's going to be on May 4th. So May the 4th be with you type of thing. So Star Wars.
What do us diehard Trekkers do then? I'm kind of wondering.
You guys are just screwed.
Be offended.
I guess
think we should protest.
Run the Return of the Jedi game at my table.
There you go.
All right, so like I said, we'll start planning now and getting things going. So as soon as those hotel rooms are able to be booked, I'll let you guys know.
Cool. And thanks for getting the price just with $1 difference. I mean, obviously the hotel rental stuff is going to be a little bit more expensive, but thanks to Retro Rewind, we have a bit of a cushion on that.
Yep, I think that's good. And like I said, I think that's one thing, since we were so easy to work with at that hotel, they were able to keep the amount very similar to it was this year, so which is a plus. No big
we aren't
surprises.
that rowdy of a bunch. So
Yeah, I would think they want to encourage repeat business, especially.
Exactly, and no big surprises like we did last year.
Yeah.
Jim and I were having a heart attack about this time last year.
Yeah.
No fire department visits.
Well,
there was one
it happened
on Thursday night, wasn't it?
Well,
the
that
double
don't count.
microwave popcorn incident, I think we're calling it.
Yep, it happened on Wednesday night. Thursday morning it was on 420. So I think somebody was probably starting a holiday early and decided to get the munchies. And then-
Got the munchies a little bit too much.
And we
Brett,
got
no more
a we had
microwave
the fire
popcorn.
department at our hotel in Memphis, so just
That's true. That's true.
Attended.
Oh, that's not there's a story there. What happened?
It was just there. I don't know.
Okay,
There were no alarms or anything. I think it was a medical thing.
oh, okay.
Took the bodies out of the dumpster.
Way to
That
make
area
the
that we
show
were staying
positive
in,
there,
quite
Rod.
possibly.
Did someone burn their poutine gravy?
They don't even know what that is down
Memphis?
there, as we found out.
They burned their
Uneducated
biscuits.
heathens.
Anyway, it was a good fest. I mean, well, there's obviously some stories and videos and stuff we'll be covering in the news. You know, the 17 hours of news that are still, related to the fest. There's still stuff coming out, like Jason's working on. Ken, I think you've got a few more still queued up that are kind of tangentially related.
I'm gonna be talking about CoCo Fest for at least 3 more months.
Okay, good.
Awesome.
Oh, Nick Brandes has joined us. He woke up.
Sorry about that.
Hey, Nick.
Sorry about waking up. Yeah.
And
Kevin
Hey, guys,
Holloway.
the show.
Kevin Holloway.
Kevin
has
Holloway,
snuck in.
yeah, another one. Welcome, Kevin. Except he's
Okay.
muted. There he is.
Hello, everybody.
How you
Hi.
doing?
Hi, Kevin.
Now, I did want to mention one thing before we get on to the Game On Challenge stuff. There was some news stuff, and I kind of put a post in the CoCo Nation Discord about trying to get some, basically some of the people that had new products out, like Rick Euland, like some of the stuff Ewan Strickland and others worked on, some of the networking stuff. There was the CoCo that was portable with a drill battery and stuff like that. So stuff that was brand new this show. I want to see if we can try to get everybody together for like one little kind of follow up for those who are have questions on those products, and bring them on the show as a kind of a special
those.
guest thing.
Yeah.
To explain their projects, what the costs are, when you can order them, that kind of stuff, or any support you can give them, etc. So, just a public pleading of people to get in contact with the show or myself or whoever, and see if we can get that set up. I've got a whack load of interviews I gotta start getting set up too now, so want to try to sneak that in between regular interviews.
Oh, so maybe have them on to do a demonstration of their product and stuff.
Yeah, or just talking about it in general, show it on camera or whatever. Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff, but I didn't even get a chance, unfortunately, because I had lots of people ask questions at my booth. That I basically there's about a quarter to a third of the booths I never even got to. Like I never got to even say hi. Never mind, see what they did. So I've seen pictures some of you've put up there, and I'm going, I don't remember this at all. So I'll have some catching up to do as well.
Okay. Hey, over in the chat, we have a question. It says, did Tandy keep programmers from showing their names on their cartridge programs? I'm thinking
Not in the games. I mean, there's quite a few that have the name in there. I think the copyrights in the manuals would sometimes have the person's name if it was an individual or the company they worked for, like Device Oriented Games was Robert Arnstein, for example. So I don't think they had any policy against that. Mark Siegel would know better, and I think he's in the chat, so he might answer that.
Wasn't Rick's name on Rick's games?
Yep, and Dale Lear. I mean, I'm pretty sure Doubleback has the name.
Pop up all the time in different cartridges.
Greg Zumwalt was on a bunch. Steve Bjork's name's on some.
Yeah.
I don't think I had a policy against it if you're thinking like they're like a the Atari in the early days.
Yeah, and the follow-up company.
But some people just published under a company name like Activision or whatever and didn't bother putting the author's name. That might have been a personal choice of the company or a personal choice of the program. I'm not sure.
Okay. Let's see. Shall we get into the Game On results then?
Yep.
Roll that
Okay.
footage.
When do you want to run commercials? After the Game On, before the news?
I would
Run the
say
first
run one between Game On and Game On News, and then another one between Game On News and regular news, because there's a lot of both.
Okay. Can do. Let's
I
see.
brought my pillow.
All right.
Mark
Where's my-
Siegel in the chat, just to follow up on that, he says names were okay if you wanted it on your software, so it was up to the developer basically, and Radio Shack Tandy was okay with it.
Very nice of him.
All right, here we go.
Welcome everybody to the CoCo Nation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Cosmic Sweeper. We had a total of 12 participants. There was Mr. Dave 6309 with 875. Exile in Paradise 1000. Mark B 1125. Jim Rye 2125. L. Curtis Boyle 4000. Sloopy Malibu 4375. Sabhead 5000. Tasman 5775. Canadian Retro Things 6050. Ed Rhodes 8100. Rich N 9175. And this week's number one score belongs to 8-Bits in the Basement with 13,200. Thanks everybody that played this week, and we'll see you again next week.
What happened to Buck Owens?
I didn't see any scores from Buck Owens for this one.
He's giving the rest of us a bit of a break,
been
I
on
think.
vacation.
Fell asleep.
So, yeah, 8-Bits in the Basement kicked all of our butts on this game. So, I did have a quick look around last night, and I didn't see any reviews. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty rare that, like, that was a T&D game, if I remember right, from the T&D software magazine.
Mix, yeah.
And those very rarely got reviewed separately because it was just part of the issue. It's like reviewing a specific program from Rainbow type thing.
Yeah.
It did happen occasionally, but it's pretty rare, so I'm not surprised.
Anyways, it was a pretty good game. It had a little bit of a different dimension to it where you had to keep track of where you were in all three dimensions, like crossing the screen up, down, and left and right to blow up asteroids, I guess, was the entire thing of the game. I had never made it past level 2, so I don't know how hard it actually got, but yeah. Does anybody have any trips? I can't speak today. Tips or tricks?
Alan, Exile in Paradise, has one in the chat. He said, apparently 8-Bits in the Basement knows not to dodge meteors by hitting them head on.
Yes. That was my problem. I was using my ship as a ramming device.
Yeah, I had the same issue. I used to be a little bit better at it because I did play it way back, probably in the 90s, and then also when I put it on the page years ago. But I haven't played it since, and I'd kind of forgotten a lot of it. So I don't really have any good tips either. I didn't make it past level 2.
It's a pretty straightforward game, so I don't know if there's really a lot to say about it. It was an enjoyable game to pick up and play for a little while.
Yep, I do like the 3D perspective. That was cool.
It unfortunately didn't have a lot of like he could have maybe added things in the future stages, like rather than always being asteroids. Just make some sort of...
did he? Because I know he did another 3D game where it has a bit of a grid you're flying over and those little star things show up. I can't remember the name of it, but I think we played it already on the challenge too. But
all I know is in the first 2 stages, it's all asteroids. So I don't know if anybody got further than the first 2 stages. Is there anything other than asteroids that you're going up against?
Yeah, got a tip from Retro 8-Bits in the Basement, the guy who won the challenge here. He says that use the top right screen to find the next rock and fire when it appears in the main screen.
Yep. That's what I was trying to do.
I wonder how hard it would be to substitute the graphics with it like a floating head.
Now, that wouldn't be very nice to put Grant's face in the game.
Man, we're on the same page here.
Yeah, I would have ran out of ammo if that was the case.
I would have definitely gotten the high score.
So it wouldn't make any difference if you started the computer first and then the monitor?
What?
Huh?
It's a fundamental question. You know, I think it's in the instruction booklet. It says to turn your monitor on first and then your computer.
Oh.
I didn't even see the
Doesn't help-
instruction
help
book for
the-
this, so
Doesn't help the game any different.
no.
Okay,
Well,
then.
it's easier to play if you turn the monitor slightly.
True.
Yeah, the challenge expert levels when you shut the monitor off and try to play it that way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like the Star
And you
Wars
get
scene
high
where he's
score.
blindfolded.
Yeah, it's a simple game. It's part of a magazine. I mean, you're not expecting top ace stuff, though. Occasionally they
Yeah.
did have some pretty awesome stuff on there. So, and Roger
was
Smith was the
interest-
author. He had quite a few. Like he was pretty prolific.
Yeah, I could see that this game definitely you could make a lot out of it just by adding more things than just asteroids to it. So
Yeah, and actually, since 8-Bit's in the basement, the top scoring person is in the chat. I'm just wondering if he knows, is there anything different in the later levels? Because he probably got past level 2, unlike most of us.
yeah, probably.
Or does it just get to be more of them? They're moving faster or whatever. That's what I'm curious too. I don't know if there's anything further.
And we'll just wait till the stream catches up with the.
Yeah, Tom Eric Gunner
That's
says, coming up, based on the May 4th being this past week, he says use the Force loop. That's his solution and
Yep.
tip for the game.
So shut off your targeting computer and just use the Force. So I guess that means just put a piece of tape over the top of your screen.
8-Bit Space says, I got to level 3 and died straight away. So apparently it's harder.
There you go.
So I have no idea, he says.
I'm assuming it was asteroids that killed you.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've never played it long enough to see if there's anything. And now I'm curious. Now I might have to. Actually, did you find the instructions? Because all the T&D little scans are on the archive, so I don't know if they listed anything.
Did I see the instructions? Of course not. I never look for the instructions.
Yeah, and I don't remember if I did a reading on them.
It's always just more fun if you don't know the instructions.
Yeah, Mark, I think you did do the reading for the other game, though, right?
Yeah,
I
the
caught
second
that.
game this week, yes.
Yeah, the second game this week, which was. Oh, yeah. So 8-Bits in the Basement says, yeah, it was asteroids that killed him. So our second game this week was Nick Marenta's version of Pac-Man, or as I'm
Hey.
calling it, the Pac-Man Tribute.
Now, I'm not the best speller in the world, but Nick, there's a thing called Spell and Fix 2.
What? Where's the spelling mistake?
Like I said, I'm not the world's best speller, so I could be wrong on it, but maybe some things were spelled in Australian instead of American.
You mean spelled properly?
That could be that too.
Where was that, Mark?
I'd have to pull it back up again.
Was it the instructions?
Yeah, instructions.
Oh, okay.
Were there words with extra U's in them?
Wait, there were instructions?
Mm-hmm.
I call it Pac-Man Extra Difficult Edition. That's me.
Yep.
Do you think it's harder than the transcode that Glenn Hewlett did, Jason?
You know what? Maybe I'd have to go back and compare the two side by side. I'm just going off of memory.
I would probably say, yeah, a little bit harder because I think especially the Red Ghost can go a little bit faster than in the transcode.
Oh, he goes after your butt.
Oh, yeah. You can't outrun him. And you really turning corners doesn't slow him down as much as it does in the transcode.
That's true. I actually found Nick's version easier, but that's probably because I played it a lot longer.
That's right. I thought.
Got used to it.
I didn't think the ghosts change. I think all the ghosts are exactly the same. I didn't really give each ghost a different personality. I mean, I didn't even know about that when I wrote the game.
Ah.
I didn't know about that in the original. So, and because it was a clean room version, I didn't copy that. So,
Well, that Red Ghost definitely homes in on you.
Yeah, Brian
It was
Walsh saying
usually
it's much harder. He's agreeing.
Yeah.
And
There's a few comments
60,
there.
Karen says, I think it is harder. You don't get to zip around corners. That's one thing that is quite different because when you go around the corner in the Pac-Man arcade or the transcode, you go around the corner a little bit. You kind of like jump around the corner, so you're going faster than the ghosts are. So you gain.
I thought I put that in as well. I knew about that, but I'll have to play it again to remind myself.
If it does, I think it's more subtle than the arcade one. Would you agree, Ken?
It might be a bit more subtle, but I think I did put something like that in. So if you
I
take a lot
usually
of
just miss the
corners-
corners and get killed.
Yeah. But I mean,
Yeah.
when it came out, because that came out, what, 97, Nick, I think?
Yeah, 97, 98.
I mean, that was a pretty awesome game. I actually paid for that one. But God, did I get ripped off?
Me too. I bought
yeah,
that.
I thought I did put a few of the nuances of the original in there. So
And you have all the intermissions. I got up to the second one on the live play, and I know there's a third. I've made it up to that before. But now, one question that some people during the live stream had actually asked, and I don't know the answer to this, so hopefully you do, Dick. Of course, in the real one, and once you get to level, what is it, 225, the kill screen when it screws up and wraps the counter, and then the screen turns to garbage.
I don't have that.
Okay.
I mean, that's a bug in the original. So mine's bug free.
Has anybody
Just
actually
make
made
sure
it to
you
level
take it.
255 on Nix?
No.
No.
See, that's
Brian's
why
also
I
saying Nick's
wonder.
collision detection is much more sensitive.
Yeah, that's why I wonder. You know, I mean, it's possible to get to that 250 screen 255 or whatever on the original because you can learn patterns on the original.
Yeah,
On
that's
mine,
what
there are no patterns.
a few people were complaining about that. They're like, patterns don't work on this.
Yeah, so that may be why some people say mine's harder because I don't have
They're
the
different patterns. Yeah.
And I didn't even know the original had patterns for that matter. This came out in 97, and I don't think I might have just had internet on my computer, on my PC, but yeah, you don't quite have the same number of resources that you have nowadays about Pac-Man. So a lot of it was really
Just by
clean
sight.
room development.
Actually, you have an interesting story in how you created the sound for it too. I don't know if most people are aware of.
Well, again, because there was I couldn't download or didn't know how to download any audio files off the internet or anything. So I had to do this the old way, and that is to go into the arcade and with a cassette recorder and play the actual game, recording the sound effects on the cassette, and then go home and sample it on a real CoCo, using some software like I think Studio Works is what I used, and edit it and massage it into the game. So it was the old school way of doing it.
Yeah, which a lot of you game authors did. I think Dave Dyes mentioned like Gauntlet. That's how he got some of their sound effects. He just went to the
back
arcade game
then,
and sampled them on a cassette recorder.
Well, that was the way to do it back then, before you had the internet where you can just download everything.
So what happens if you have somebody like myself or Ken sitting beside you playing a different game and swearing profusely because the game is hard or something? Do you catch that on the tape too, or?
I'd say wimps.
Oh, what is that?
What's that?
That was something Ken had in his background.
Oh, okay.
I didn't. No.
No, Ken Holloway.
Oh.
Didn't sound
Yeah,
foolish.
so everything had to be done from scratch, including drawing all the graphics and the maze and everything.
Well, it's a pretty good version for that. So
yeah. To be honest, I kind of prefer Nick's because the scrolling part. I mean, I know he did it to keep the pixel perfect ratio, but the screens on the arcade games is a little taller than the highest res you can get on the CoCo. So when you go up and down, that kind of jars me. I don't know why. It's
and
not
plus
that big.
having the slightly squished screen is pretty normal for any computer system.
In the arcade, the screen was actually vertically mounted.
Yeah,
that's why you had more height. It was because it was actually playing it sideways. So you can do the same thing on the CoCo, just using Glenn Hewlett's, just tip the monitor sideways, and there you go, it's fixed.
Well, it isn't though, because then it scrolls left and right.
No. But that's what he could have done. He could have just programmed it horizontally, and then you just had to tip the monitor over.
I don't know if the CMA door would survive that trauma.
Yeah, probably not.
No, it's a really good version for being clean room made and everything else. And yeah, I don't mind it as you're saying, Curtis, about it being all on one screen like that and not scrolling to keep the ratio, because that's what I'm used to playing all the other Pac-Mans, like the Atari 2600 Pac-Man.
Yeah, and that's the pristine jewel in the kingdom of Pac-Man, that one.
Absolutely. Love that one.
Now, actually, a question did come up during the live stream, and I can't remember if it was Ken that asked or somebody else did, but what is the difference? Like, I have the original 1.0. You have a 1.1 release on your site. What did you change? Is it bug fixes, or what did you do?
Oh, it was very minor. I don't remember now what I did. I think I changed the blue color a little bit from memory. I thought, oh, maybe I need the slightly different blue just to get a more accurate representation of it. And there wasn't much. There wasn't really a lot.
You sped it up, didn't you?
No, I didn't do any of that.
You made it harder.
Yeah, there was just very minor changes, and I think I changed the loader screen so it just has the animated Pac-Man while it's loading, but that was no change to the game. But yeah, otherwise there wasn't really much difference in the game at all.
It wasn't bug fixes or anything, or
no.
Because I forgot you don't write programs with bugs.
That's right. My software is totally bug free.
You were just hoping for a rebate on your version that you bought, weren't you, Curtis?
What's that?
You're hoping for a rebate. You're gonna be like,
yeah, exactly. I wanted a full refund because I got this faulty 1.0, and you know.
So when you went to 1.1, is that also the point where you took the 50, 60 hertz selection off?
Did I have that in the original? I can't remember.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that wasn't one of the other changes.
Yeah, because you can auto detect that from the ROM or something, can't you?
Yeah, I think I had a prompt or something in those games, so the user can choose it.
Yeah, the main menu had 3 prompts.
That might have been one thing I changed. Yeah, I might have changed the timer setting in order to make the music sound a bit better. The intermission music, yeah. I felt when I played it, it sounded a bit slow, and I thought and that was something to do with the 50, 60 hertz. That's right. I had programmed it with 50 hertz in mind. So, but when you played it on was it the other way around? Programmed it in 60 hertz, and on 50 hertz, it played too slow. So I may have just automatically detected 50 or 60 and then adjusted the timer correctly. So the intermission songs sounded better. Yeah, I think that was pretty well the only real change.
Okay.
Nothing that really stopped
I like the games where you can choose 50 or 60 hertz because the 50 hertz runs slower, so you can do better.
And on original monitor, you just start scrolling up on you, which makes it really challenging.
Well, the thing is, the CM8 does roll when you shift.
Yeah, but if you're playing it on a modern device that just automatically switches over to 50 hertz.
Well, all modern TVs and monitors, they auto detect. But the CM8 was fussy. If you had a PAL CoCo that ran in 50 hertz and you adjusted your monitor, you have to adjust the monitor so it won't roll. But as soon as you put a game that switches the PAL CoCo to 60 hertz, then the screen would roll. You'd have to keep readjusting the CM8. So
yeah, well, I don't have a CM8, so I don't have to worry.
Well, I don't really worry about it now. But nowadays, I just do all my games at 60 hertz, and be done with it. If it rolls, it rolls. You just have to straighten it up. But that's only if you have a PAL CoCo 3.
Yeah, which is just you guys, I think, in Australia, they're the ones that actually officially had PAL.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Because that's a problem with any CoCo game that's been programmed in the US. CoCo 3 games are all in 60 hertz because they were designed for the US. So they all roll anyway. So I figure, well, why do I have to be different?
All right. Does anybody else have any questions for the author of the Pac-Man tribute game?
I'll have a bit of a little mini presentation next week when it's the actual final day of the Pac-Man on the challenge, just to show maybe some of the. I'll see if I've got any development stuff to show from back in the day.
Ooh, that'll be cool.
Yeah. Do you have any other great games that you've released?
Well, I'm working on your favorite game at the moment.
And only Sloopy's favorite game.
Well, you know, Nick, third time it might be the charm.
Yeah, you might actually make a good game out of this thing yet.
It's going to be the greatest game ever created, full stop.
I already have Gate Crasher. What are you talking about?
But yeah, the one thing that you were talking about patterns, I think that there may be patterns. It's just that, I mean, are the ghosts like fully random in their
No, they're not fully random. So I guess it is technically possible to find some sort of patterns, but the patterns are based on where the position of your ghost. So, and the thing is, I actually go to lengths to make sure that the patterns are, well, in the original you could find that position on the screen where if you go there, the ghost will never find you. So there is that little bug.
Yeah, the parking
Right
spot.
up in the T.
Yeah, well, because mine has no bugs. You don't have that.
well, what I'm
Have
saying,
I told you I've got no bugs?
yeah. Well, what I'm saying is if the ghost's patterns are deterministic, even if they're deterministic based off of Pac-Man's position, then a pattern could be found. I think it's just more that the patterns haven't been found because the knowledge of how the ghosts go hasn't been determined.
The thing is, when you've got 4 ghosts and they're all going off pretty well random, that it's hard to get a pattern because you might get a pattern going depending on where one of the ghosts is going, but the other ghosts will come and they'll wreck that pattern anyway.
Right.
So there's no real pattern to be gained.
I noticed that right off the bat, like the red one's always the first one out, and right at the start, it will either go left or right. It doesn't always go in the same direction. So
Yeah.
that would destroy a pattern right there.
Yeah, I did notice that when I started doing a pattern at the beginning, the red ghost would always get me at a specific certain point every single time. So I was working on other ways so that it didn't get me, because it seems that your best bet is to work around the red ghost and then just deal with the others as you see them.
Yeah, well, maybe.
That red one.
I don't know. The
certainly was
red ghost
hungry.
killed me on multiple different spots on the screen.
Yeah, me too. I didn't even get through the first screen yet.
Oh, well, I guess I should be saying, yes, that's a feature.
Yeah.
I have one last question for Nick, unless anybody else has any more questions too. And that, are you going to actually participate in your own game this week?
Well, the thing is,
But like, I know you can't make it probably on the live stream, but are you going to at least submit a screenshot?
I'll try and play it and submit it, because I haven't played my own Pac-Man in years. So I better try to remind myself.
Well, get out that Photoshop program.
Yeah, well, that's right. Yeah, that's what I do.
As long as we can get you off playing that Neutroid thing.
That's the thing. I'm so preoccupied with Neutroid. It's just the greatest.
It's your
game
secret
ever.
project that Ken and I are interested in. I'll leave it at that.
Actually, I do have to say, Neutroid on the Model 1-3 is really good.
Well, that's what the new one's based on. It's going to be more like the original.
It makes a lot more sense than the Neutroid.
I agree. And you said he was kind of rushed, and you were kind of like shooting more for flair than duplicating the old game. But I think being your first CoCo game, I think that was a bit of a mistake. I think you should have kept.
I get, and also I guess not really. It makes more sense. It actually just you can wrap your head around what's going on a lot easier.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So anyway, that's currently in development.
Yeah.
It's looking good so far.
Excellent.
Speaking of Neutroid, isn't everyone glad that I picked Pac-Man as opposed to the other thing that I was going to pick?
I don't know what else you're going to pick.
Yes.
Neutroid version 1?
No,
It's this week's game.
no, I was actually someone had recommended it to me after I had already decided Pac-Man, and I was thinking about changing it because no one knew what it was until I actually revealed it. But
Oh, well, let me know what the recommendation was, and I'll try and fit it into the future.
well,
Scripts it.
well, in September, evidently, I have to select a game, and I may save it for that.
Why September?
Aren't you going to VCF Midwest?
Aren't you?
Yes, but I'll be back before you will because I don't have to travel 5,000 miles.
Neither do I.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
gonna be
coming from
right by
Ontario on that one.
Chicago. It's only a 1-day drive for me to Chicago from in the fall.
Oh, that's right, because you're going to be at your winter home.
Yep, my summer home.
Oh.
My summer home. A log cabin in the middle of the woods that barely has electricity. I might even have good internet this year.
Woohoo!
But it does have nice Commodores. Oh, I should have said that.
I'm taking Ataris with me this year.
Well, I think each of those two platforms is equally well at holding open the windows in the cabin. So, yeah.
Well, that's it. The Atari is heavy enough that it'll hold floorboards down, keep them from warping.
You can use it to stave off the moose.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see, an Atari 800 will save you from a moose attack.
There you go.
You put it on a long chain, you swing it around, and whack.
Take them down.
All right. Well, if we are done talking about
Moose.
my cabin and stuff, how about Sloopy? Would you like to talk about the live program this week while I show some footage?
Sure, but make sure you show the beginning of the footage.
Okay, I just have to find it.
The good footage.
Why am I showing the beginning?
Because
at the end, it got
is
spoiled.
Inappropriate.
Oh, yeah.
So we had 4 people playing the various games, and evidently the games are good enough that they actually played the Game On Challenge games instead of other things. The biggest question that I have is, why have we not seen you there on the Game On Challenge? Yes,
Dude.
I'm talking to you people in that are listening and watching the CoCo Nation. We want you to come and join us and play. So please, every Thursday evening at 8 p.m. Eastern U.S. time, come and join us on the Discord and play games with us.
Because we want friends. Darn it. We need friends.
Yes.
Actually, where's the spelling error in the Pac-Man one?
Let me pull it up. And
Is it in the printed manual?
Oh, in the manual, not on the screen? Because
no, not on the screen. It's in the PDF.
Okay. Oh, okay. No, that's all right. Yeah.
Yeah, because your original manual you printed on the disc sleeve.
On the disc sleeve, yeah.
Yeah.
Karen, that's no excuse. Middle of the night. Please. I mean, look at Nick. He gets up at an inhumane hour of the morning to be on the
4
show.
a.m.
It's like 2 a.m. in the Australia, isn't it?
Yeah.
4, I think, right now, isn't it? Yeah.
It's
Close enough.
Yeah,
Is there a difference between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m.?
not real. You see, Karen.
1 break.
Yeah, Nick comes in at 4 a.m. to be here with us.
But Nick is semi-retired because he's got all that money from all the CoCo games and all his Ferraris, and I think Karen actually has a day job that probably precludes him from
8
doing
bits
that.
in the basement, 2 a.m. Yeah. See, we have Nick here. He comes in at 4 a.m., which 2 a.m. ain't much different, and is able to be here for the show. So,
And of course, Ken and I would do it because we're used to driving 24 hours just to get to a fest. So,
yeah.
I beg to differ. There is a big difference between 2 and 4 in the morning, and take it from someone that has to get up at 4 something in the morning to go to work.
I find it's no harder to get up at 2 a.m. to go places than it is to get up at 4.
I solved it just by staying up.
I used to have to be at work a 25-minute drive away at 25-minute away at 4 a.m. So I know what it's like to be up at that time.
Oh yeah.
Well, good for you.
So, but yeah, it's lot of questioning of the controls, and excellent rendition of the directions, and we look forward to our game for next week.
Yeah. And even if you can't make the live stream, which I mean, obviously, depending on where in the world you are, that's a legitimate concern. At least take a screenshot if you play it at a time that's good for you, and submit it to the Discord.
Yes, if you can't come on the game on live, then at least play and post a picture, post a score in the game on Discord. So
now the other thing also, which I'm wondering, were people playing Pac-Man on a real CoCo or on a emulator?
I played it on a real CoCo at one point.
I was on emulator.
I think some people have said that you can't turn as quickly on Pac-Man. Yeah, that might be because of the sluggishness of the joysticks with the emulator. Because I saw that same problem when I was playing. What was the other game I was playing that I couldn't get anywhere when playing it in VCC? And I went and played it on a real CoCo, and it was a completely different experience. It was just so much more responsive on the real hardware. So I'm just thinking, if Pac-Man looks slow, that may be because of the emulator, not because of the software, because my software is bug-free. Have I mentioned that?
Well, why back in '97 did you not anticipate the emulators? And
Well, I think actually back then you did test it on Jeff Vaposaurus, because that actually was
well, that was the only emulator available then.
Yeah, I don't think even David Keels was out yet.
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't turn worth the crud even on the original arcade game. So
okay. I'm pretty sure I had a fairly fast response on the corners, but yeah, if you play it on an emulator, well, I can't be held responsible for the.
I mean, I played it on the emulator on the stream, and I made it up to the past the second intermission, so it's not that hard. I'm not somebody that plays the arcade game a lot, so I didn't get used to the pattern. So I kind of had my own for Nick's game specifically, which took me a couple plays to remember. But it's not a perfect pattern, but it seems to do fairly well.
Well, I'll be playing it on real hardware to get maximum scores on that.
Yeah. And the Coco Living in the comment in the chat. Yeah, that's why we have Exile in Paradise. He's our scratch monkey to get the lowest score every week.
Scratch monkey.
I thought I was the one who did the lowest score.
Oh, you haven't had the lowest score for a while.
Yeah, you two were battling it out for a while there, but
well, isn't it the lowest score is the one that's on top when you list it on the screen?
It's
so you
true.
can always say, I got the top score. I was at the top of the list.
Nick, I wanted to mention something that I brought up during the live stream, because I play games to see how far I can get. A score is not usually something I concern myself with, even during the challenges, because I don't think that way. But the Pac-Man tribute, as soon as you die, it immediately goes back to the title screen within seconds. So it's even hard to get a screenshot to show like how many fruit did you get through or whatever. So that'd be a 1.2 update, I think, if you want to sneak that in.
Yeah, because I don't think Pac-Man has a high score table, does it?
Just the one score.
The high score. Did the original game have a high score table? I can't remember now.
No, it just had the high score.
Well, that's
screen.
it. That's why I was copying that. That's why I don't have a high score table.
And was this your first collaboration with Sockmaster? Because he actually helped you test the game, if I remember.
It was just testing, yeah. Yeah, no, the real collaboration with Sockmaster was in Gatecrasher.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was just a game tester in Pac-Man.
Yeah. And to respond to Dave Wormfood, don't worry, we use emulators already, and we are already insane, so it helps.
I wonder if XRAW is faster on the joystick response.
Or MAME for that matter.
Or MAME for that matter. I mean, I just use VCC. Well, that's what I normally use because it's just quick for me, but XRAW might be better. So yeah, try XRAW if you're having trouble with the speed.
You also have keyboard controls too. So I mean, if you're having joystick problems, you can use arrow keys.
That's right. So keyboard should be fast.
Yeah, Thursday I will sacrifice my sanity and I will do a comparison of real hardware with a Black Beauty, real hardware with a deluxe VCC, and XRAW.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see, like, if they're taking the corners, if it does speed up using the real hardware, because you are supposed to kind of like jump around a corner a little bit faster than normal.
That's right. It skips one step or one or two steps.
Kieran's even suggesting, just use the keyboard in an emulator.
Yeah, the keyboard should be all right if you can use the keyboard.
Mr. Tom says, try it on a Mister. Mister, we don't need that.
Or a Mister, yeah.
We don't need that kind of formality here. You can just call me Sloopy.
Unless you have permission for the missus. Okay, I think we've beaten that game to death.
Well, good enough. Shall we see what?
Even though that's for next week.
Yep. Shall we
Please don't be Neutroid. Please don't be Neutroid.
Okay, well, we're going to do a doubleheader of Nick with Pac-Man and Neutroid. No, I'm kidding.
Neutroid and Neutroid 2.015.
Nick's new Neutroid is going to be So we're going to be playing Pac-Man again for another week, and then our second game is actually going to be in conjunction with the Amigos game that is coming up in 2 weeks for their CoCo show. So if anybody recognizes this.
I do, but I'll let everybody else guess first.
It's an adventure game.
The Dark Woods. So I would never have played this one before.
So it's basically it's like a shoot 'em up. I mean, you wander around and you just shoot things and collect things, and
four-way scrolling. I should mention, it doesn't flip screen.
Yeah, four-way scrolling. So this game is where's the title screen? There we go. Wizard's Den.
No, I've never heard of that one.
Also has keyboard and joystick controls.
Yeah, so you can do it on keyboard and joystick, and kind of like Gauntlet, you can use the clear key to use the potion, or your second fire button if you have a two button joystick. So yeah, it's kind of like
CoCo 3 game.
No, CoCo 1 and 2.
No, CoCo 1
64K.
1 and 2. Oh yeah.
Yeah, you want artifacting on this one.
Yeah, no, it looks quite well put together.
It is. It's got a huge area to explore too, so you got a lot of replay ability.
No, I'd never seen this game before.
So I can honestly say I haven't played it a lot, but I did try it out. It seems like a fun game, and the Friday night before, in 2 weeks, the Amigos will be having it as their game on the CoCo show. So I'm just kind of doing it in conjunction with that, so that
synergy, man,
synergy, bringing the shows closer together, man.
We should have timed it with 420, apparently.
Well, it's the 19th. That'll be the 20th for us.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, that's an early show for them, because don't they have something going on the next weekend or something? I think they were recording early.
I'm not sure. I just know they're recording it on the 19th. So let's. And it also gives anybody that's a member of the Amigos Discord a good reason to review the game on their channel too.
Yep. Then you can get some reviews. You can post some. Because I don't know if this would have had too many reviews in the Rainbow, etc.
I haven't seen any yet, but I haven't looked too closely.
When did this one come out?
86, 87, somewhere in there. Is that right?
So it's one of the later CoCo 1 and 2.
It should be on that other idiot Canadian's website.
And also, if you need the instruction book and the game, you can get it from L. Curtis Boyle's site as well as the regular place.
Yeah, because I think Matt gave us permission for freely downloadable.
Yeah, 1987 from Matt Harper on Novasoft, published by Novasoft.
Yeah, so it was a bargain game. It was one of the cheaper ones from Atomic subsidiary.
And it's got
a cool little game.
levels.
I've never won it, but it's a cool little game.
And it's got 8 levels, so. And each level is pretty massive, so.
Yeah. It'll keep you busy.
So if you like adventure games and action games, it's kind of a little bit of both.
Yep.
So it has a score, in other words. It's not.
It does have a score.
Right. Okay.
Like
it's exploring, it's got score, it's got the battles, it's got finding.
Every time you kill something, you get a score for it. If you find items, you get a score for that. And
right.
So. All right. Well, that's all I have to say. Slooby, anything you want to add?
Thursday night, 8 p.m. Be on Discord, please.
Super be there.
and if you can, please submit a screenshot to the Discord as well.
We'll have free poutine and biscuits.
Just have to show up at Sloopy's house.
Yep.
Yeah.
You may not have power, but
Okay. What do you say we take a
well, just before you do it, Mark, I just wanted to ask Brian, did you have anything you wanted to show? Because we could sneak that in before the commercial, and then I start pummeling people with news till they fall asleep.
Well, I have a couple things if you guys have time. If not, we'll save it for
What's an
another
extra
time.
15 minutes on a 10-hour show? I mean, that's basically what I'm viewing it as.
Let's see here. Let me move one thing here real quick. I was fiddling with something here while you guys were talking about the game there.
any up?
Prepping a cot and a pillow for the news, I bet.
So while he's getting that ready, anybody else have any project updates?
Not I. Ken's got videos coming up, multiple ones.
Yep.
Rick,
I got a new toy that I can just quickly show here. The
pistol grip
Tandy joystick, which I had never seen before.
No, it looks good. Is that for the CoCo?
Yep.
It was CoCo and Tandy 1000 when Radio Shack sold
it. Tandy branded and.
Oh, really?
I have one. Actually, the very first show Stevie and I did together, that was one of the ones I brought out to show.
I had not seen that before because, well, I haven't watched that show.
Yeah. And it's a digital or an analog?
No, it's an analog. It's just a straight six pin one for the.
And it's got buttons both on the handle and on the base. So you can play it either way, whichever you're comfortable with.
Both buttons here, and it's also got 2 buttons down here.
Yeah, it's a nice little joystick.
Yeah.
Did you actually try that with Pac-Man, Ken?
I did.
What was your opinion of it? Your mini review as we wait for Brian.
I was liking it. I was definitely liking it.
Like better than the deluxe?
Yeah. More comfortable. I was playing Cosmic Sweeper with it more than Pac-Man, but
yeah, it's also got the suction cups on the bottom to hold it to a table too. If I remember,
it does. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you can hear it, or I can go back upstairs.
So, Patrick, you have any of those CoCo 3 keyboards in stock yet?
Yeah, I've been soldering out. In fact, my display is boxes of parts from DigiKey. Things coming off of my 3D printer all week. I've been soldering my fool head off. A little more hair burnt back.
You didn't bring enough from the CoCo Fest.
Yeah, I ran out pretty quick.
Several vendors ran out of stuff. That was actually pretty good to see that sales were strong for vendors. That's encouraging.
In fact, like I say, I had to go buy. I was out of parts. I made everything I had parts for and sold it all. So I came home and went, I got nothing
Better start making stuff for next year.
for next week.
And that's an entire keyboard for the CoCo, is it?
Well,
No, just the bottom half. It's the Mylar replacement.
That's the Mylar,
Yep.
right? Yeah.
With actual switches too, which you can get quiet and the nice loud ones I like.
Yes, that's
this
right.
much
yeah.
of one. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be good actually. How much did you say they were
Running
for a CoCo 3?
45 now. Those mechanical switches, you know.
I might
It should be on Rick's website, which is Rick.
ComputerConnect.com, which should be scrolling by on the scroll here any minute.
Yeah, and Connect is spelled CONECT.
Oh yeah, you can't
All right.
you can't have
All
regular.
right, it's coming across the scroll right now.
There it is. We're on the right hand side, and you're the bottom.
Live. So yeah, cards are coming, keyboards are coming. I'm soldering everything else. Got a big pile of switches. That's
Yeah,
really
I've
sad.
got one myself as a satisfied customer. I would highly recommend it. It works quite well.
I will be trying out the quiet one right away as soon as I put it in my other CoCo 3. And then I can compare them. Quiet to the clicky.
Oh, right.
As long as they're not toggle switches.
Yeah, no, I can't afford the license for toggle switches.
Yeah, you do have a toggle switch on it though. That's for switching between the arrow keys and
No,
the alt
no,
control.
no. That's a slide switch. That's
Oh, a
not
slide
the toggle
switch. I'm not a
switch.
hardware guy. I don't understand this technical terms.
Jason has the toggle switches.
Yes. Toggle switches in most of the items I sell. Yeah.
So, all right, ready, Brian?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's spotlight you.
Just a couple quick things here that I recently had.
Only 2 hours.
No. Let me switch the camera here. Now, this is something I not sure if I remember being in the magazine or if this was in the back of a book or something, but here we go. It's kind of a fold-up poster from the Rainbow, and it talks about different things that are on here. Talks about some games, some programming, some other pictures. Does anybody remember seeing this?
No, I haven't seen it before.
And then on the back side, it has other little things here like joystick list. It has like little programs, little type-in programs you can do to different things here. Saving an ASCII, joystick list, the eyes have it. These just a whole series of little tidbits of information about the ROMs, brake key disable, just little bits of information
That had to be put out by Falsoft.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing this at all.
No.
Here it talks about like P mode colors over here, finding ML addresses, what's your ROM number, and talks about
A bit on the
geeks and
speed up
pokes.
poke I saw there, and memory upgrades for the F board and TDP 100. Like that's cool. I have never seen that before. Is that something you had to order from Rainbow, or maybe you got it if you like made a 5-year subscription or something? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't remember ever being an insert anywhere. So that's what I wanted.
The way it's folded, it looks like it might have came with a program or something. It's folded
Yeah, because
kind of
it
small. Yeah,
it folds up.
but that fits in a program box or something like that.
Yeah.
Back in.
Huh. No, I've never even heard of it. Never mind seen it before.
Cool.
Any copyrights or anything that might give some hint as to where it came from?
Let's see. We're just kind of looking here.
I mean, that's a January '84 Rainbow cover on the lower left there with the guy reading the book with the glasses.
Right
So
here,
it's
yeah.
got to be published at least after that. But
Let me take a quick. I looked for something earlier, but let me just take another quick look here again.
anybody in the chat seen this before? Because I definitely have not.
No, I don't see a copyright or anything anywhere.
Huh.
Because
I was
Radio
gonna-
Shack in the States had the little brochure that for Rainbow, and later Coco's in the box, but it was just a little cardboard thing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't need.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be an advertisement type thing. Otherwise, you'd have something to cut out and mail in, or
Right.
some form to fill out.
I know around this time, like 84 is when I actually had a subscription to Rainbow. I renewed every year, and I never got it with a subscription, so I don't think it was handed out that way either.
Yeah, I mean, even like here it says multi-hue. The Rainbow magazine is the biggest, best, brightest, and most comprehensive friend a happy color computer ever had. It features more programs, so it's almost like the front here is almost more of a solicitation for the Rainbow magazine itself.
Right. You know where you
And it
would
talks
see
about
something like
program.
you would
Go
see
ahead.
something like this in box Sierra games. I remember a couple of them. You would open it up and there was a pamphlet for the game, and then there was 18 things like this. There were
Okay.
various advertisements because they had a whole box to fill out. And so
This
there
might, so this might have been an insert that Rainbow did with a particular programming company or software supply company, maybe at one time.
Yeah, I have no idea. I've never seen this before.
right, it just looks like that. And they put enough utility in it that you won't throw it away.
I think you'll have to
Right.
scan this and put it on the archive, Brian, because I'd like to read through the whole
Definitely.
thing.
I'd like
Actually.
to
I was going to try to do some sort of a multi-page scan.
Yeah,
I was
because it's
gonna add it
pretty
to my
big when you
list.
unfold it. It's a bit big for most scanners.
Yeah, I mean it's at least probably 2 foot by maybe 14 inches or so. Maybe it might be two legal size, so it might be a 2 11 by 17. So I might be able to do a 1 11 by 17 scan and another 11 by 17 scan, and then the same on the back.
What is all that little text about?
Little text.
Yeah,
mean through here?
yeah. What is all that?
Well, I mean, like here it talks about multi-hued programs, reviews, monthly features. Like I said, this is kind of like it's like a little highlight thing about the Rainbow magazine and more highlights. So it talks about highlights, and then it talks about what you might see in the Rainbow magazine, monthly features, and it talks about things that you might see featured in the Rainbow magazine.
Oh.
Reviews, here it talks about reviews, software reviews, hardware reviews of games and programs. So, and then on the back it has like little sticky notes of kind of a pattern here where it talks
Like that's
about
a little tips and tricks sheet there with a whole
Mhm.
bunch of cool stuff. That's like Coco Dialer in the lower left. Is that actually how to dial a phone, or what is that about?
Coco Dialer editor. I've enjoyed your magazine ever since I first ordered it. I've also learned a lot through it. I'm working on a phone dialer through the Coco by making it doing the internal clicks through the motor on. So he was trying to do some sort of a dialer using the
Oh, right. I
internal
forgot
relay.
about that. Yeah, you could use the relay to do a pulse dial.
Pulse.
I did that. I remember that now.
Clickety click, 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 click.
Yep. Instead of like turning with your finger, like, like,
Nobody's
yeah,
getting
so-
that reference, Curtis.
no, we're old. Old
Anything
as
in
dirt.
anybody in the chat happen to be chiming in about Origins?
Peter Willis said new to him too, so he hasn't seen it before. And he also said, "Ooh, we should recreate that." And I agree. I mean, if you can get that scan for the archive, that'd be awesome. But that'd be a good, like, even to print some, like, for people that are new to the Coco, or people that are getting back in but forgotten a lot of this stuff there, because it looks like you have quite a few good tips and tricks, like how to change the wallpaper for the paint command, like nice stuff that would help programmers that are getting back into basic.
Mm-hmm.
And without having to like hunt through 12 years of Rainbow trying to find each little tip, you can edit it all in one shot.
Right.
There's a poke in there, so you can't list a basic program.
Yep.
It's like
Right.
a right protect.
Of course, now the challenge is to try to fold it the way like trying to fold a roadmap. You can never quite fold
Yeah, I
it back
just
the
give
same
up.
way.
You just put it
Only
crumpled in the
works
back
one
seat.
way.
Don't do that with this, but that's
And
cool.
then-
I've never heard or seen of that before.
Okay, well, good. Well, I'll get it scanned and let everybody know.
Hey, Brian, did you get that screwdriver from the show?
This might have been a
From Mark?
Overholzer from 4 years ago. Yes,
Oh.
actually, and I use it on my desk all the time. So
There's a bunch of.
You need another dozen or three?
Available
Yep.
by the pound.
yeah, no, these are super handy. These little screwdrivers, these little precision screwdrivers like that. Yeah, I use it all the time. So yes,
Not good in the pocket.
no, probably, or
Yeah,
the washing
pocket.
machine.
Yeah.
And then also just a couple joysticks I want to share. These are I'm doing some searching here. But these both sets of these joysticks I'm going to show here came from the UK. So I'm assuming it must have been sold.
That's
with
a
the
dragon one. Yeah.
Yep. So you've probably seen this one before. It's just a single button, but there's no manufacturer label on it or anything. So I'm assuming you'd hold it like this, and then
I'm trying to remember. Karen could probably answer this, but it's either the official dragon one or it's a microdeal one. I can't remember which one it is. I think it might
Okay.
be. Yeah,
that was the
just
one you have
start-
to hold the bottom with the left hand or right hand, and then you play with the
Yeah.
other hand type thing.
Yep. And this one here, it I haven't tried it out yet, but it sounds like momentary switches in there. So even though it has a joystick connector in it, I can hear the
All you'd have to do is have a resistor for the minimum or maximum value,
Right.
and no resistor,
Right.
and just
Yeah,
connect.
I mean, you could plug it in and write a quick basic program just to print joystick 0 and 1 and just see if you get analog movement or if it just jumps between 0, 32 and 63 or whatever. Yeah.
Yep. So I was going to try it out though, but that's one thing I noticed. I could hear that. And then I also got these two, and these were again no label.
I got to ask you guys a question.
Oh, looks like a giant version of the Tandy Black Beauties.
Basically, yes.
How many times have you dropped a Black Beauty thinking, "Oh God, that's it. It isn't going to work anymore"?
Never. Those things
It'll
are
work.
pretty tough.
Yeah,
I've seen them hucked against a wall in frustration and still survive. I might pop the button off.
Those almost look similar to like an Odyssey controller.
Now, looking at the one on the left here, the way you have it lit, Brian, it looks like it's textured, almost like a leather or fake leather or something. Is that accurate?
Yeah. I don't know if it's going to pick it up
they
there in the
both
light.
have it.
Okay.
There we go. Oh, there we go. You get,
Oh, leatherette. Ooh.
yeah, they look like it looks like
That's
leather,
the rich
so-
person's joystick here. That's
But
Nick Moreni's money.
Let's see the
But this is
bottom.
this is very much like the Black Beauty though, where it just it doesn't no spring return to the center.
Flip it over.
Loosey goosey.
Ooh,
Ooh, it's even leathery on the bottom.
Yep.
Yeah.
But these are it's a very
It must
very
have been
thin, very
injection
thin
molded or
plastic. I mean, it doesn't take much effort to squeeze these things. Are not very thick. They're very very light.
They're blow
So-
molded. Ah, that's fun.
But you can see
Yeah,
here, it's
blow
just
molded.
let's see here. You can see just a
Drop
little bit of a
test.
seam. So
It's very almost as bad as the plastic covers over packaged things that are on a card with a plastic top over them.
right,
It's that technology with a little color in the plastic. It's a bit
okay.
how come one button has shiny on
And
top
slightly
bottom and the other
So
doesn't?
well, this one here there's a little black shroud that kind of goes around that would probably snap in there, and this one I think is just missing it.
Oh,
Okay, so that little bright bars we're seeing on the top and bottom is actually underneath though.
Right, yeah, that's just the little clips that this thing probably snaps down into the square hole.
is that how you got the discount?
Yeah. But I'm guessing that this one here probably just lost the little plastic cover that was part of it. So yeah.
Yeah. I'm hoping Karen will be able to comment because this is not one I remember seeing before. The other one I definitely have.
Yeah, I was gonna do some searching through the different Dragon magazines or something and see if I could find a bit more about them.
Are they glued together? Because they don't have any screws, do they?
No, there's no screws. There may have been a little bit of glue. I mean, there's a little gap. There's a little gap along here, but I'm not.
It might have those little plastic clips you stick a screwdriver in to kind of pop or something. Who knows?
Yeah, I wasn't going to try to force them, so
No,
probably no. There's probably no surprises on the inside.
You might
So I
wreck
just-
the faux leather if you do that. So.
Exactly. Yes. Yes. So, and then the only other thing that I was going to share that some of you may have picked up yourself as well, and I was wearing the T-shirt there from Sibling Rivalry that they were handing out at Coco Fest. So I didn't know if anybody picked up their free.
I have an
t-shirt
alternate
that-
one on myself. So
Yeah. So nice T-shirts.
Yep.
It was nice meeting both of them, Tim and his sister AJ. Nice people.
yeah,
Very
as Tim mentioned at the show, he's met me too many times before already, but it was nice
Right.
to meet AJ.
Yep. Yeah, that was my second time seeing Tim. So yeah. That's all I have to share today.
Oh, you did have a great presentation of your Coco, an exploded view. It looked
Oh yeah,
great.
the Coco 2 kit that I brought.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah.
That was really neat. You really thought that one out. Looked good.
Thank you.
Thanks for putting it in a box so we could look it all over.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think I can honestly say on behalf of Taylor and Amy, a big thank you for the Coco 3 donation you gave them as well.
Yep.
They're
I was,
pretty pumped.
I look forward to future videos.
Okay,
Thank you.
here we go.
The CoCo Nation Show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCo Nation Show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCo Nation.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCo Nation Show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
The CoCo Nation Show would like to thank the following patrons: Alex Gayer, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Kieran Anscombe, Daddy Burrito, Diego BF109, Dinty's Hideaway, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Grant Leedy, John Boat of Carshaller, Henry Strickland, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Mike Rayburn, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, Terry Steege, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., Tony C., and William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons.
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
John M. says, your name? John M. Your systems? Own one each, CoCo 1, 2, 3, and an Atari 1040. How do you retro? Playing around with MAME and VCC. Where did you hear about us? CoCo list and on Facebook. Looking for? Just revisiting my misspent youth. Ninebreaker says, hey everyone, nice to meet you all. I'm Shane. Unfortunately I don't have any retro hardware at the moment, but, like many of you, Tandy was my introduction to my computers. It's always a joy to come see new homebrew and hardware projects, and this year did not disappoint. Heard about Coco Fest from VCF last year. Grapes of Wath says, howdy fellas, I'm Nathaniel. I just got, and fixed, my first Tandy computer, TRS-80 CoCo 2. I've been collecting retro systems for quite a while now, and just recently branched out into vintage computers. I landed here via a quick Google search, and I'm kinda just here to see the sites and look for weird stuff that can be done with my machine.
Reynaldo T says, hello, my name is Reynaldo T. I am a retro computer enthusiast. I am based in Bogota, Colombia, South America.
Your systems? Color computer, Apple II, Apple Macintosh. How do you retro? I do hardware for old systems and programming. Where did you hear about us? I heard of this one from someone on Glenside Club. Looking for? So looking to hear what projects are others working on and to share my ideas. Phil K says, hi all, I'm Phil K. I got a CoCo 3 around 8 years ago and finally have the chance to use it. I had a CoCo 2 and then a CoCo 3 back in the 80s, used BASIC to create checkbook management and other financial programs. Then I moved up to OS 9, but an abrupt cross-country move left me CoCo-less for years, sob. The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Boysen, Glenside Computer Club, Kev Hole, Nightbeard, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the CoCo Nation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com. Pro tip, there's no need to put marshmallows in your CoCo. It's already one sweet machine.
Because CoCoing is better together.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation, The CoCo Nation News with L. Curtis Boyle.
Just before we get into the news, we had an answer in the chat on those joysticks.
Yep. I was just going to say that too. Go ahead.
Well, I've lost track of where it is.
I can do it.
Here.
Tom Eric Anderson mentioned that the first joystick is a micro deal. That's the one with the little tiny red switch and the little hand grip. And he said the other is the very first official Dragon Data joystick. So that was the very first ones when it was first released, which I had not seen before. So that's cool.
Very good. Thank you.
So you got a bit of history there, Brian. We got the very first generation sticks from Dragon itself.
Nice. Thanks. Yeah. Thanks for the information.
Okay, so now I got to figure out which of my windows I'm trying to.
You better put a post-it note on those so you don't forget.
I'll go back and listen to the audio and jot it down.
Here. There we go. Okay. So we'll start with the game on news first. There's quite a bit of that because we're doing 3-week catch up here. So the first one, Paris Surratt and Kees Van Os have updated the AGD game packs they've been doing, which are the translations from the Spectrum AGD games. And there's 3 sets of things here that basically happen. So they uploaded the next general pack number 61, which you can see here. And there's 8 titles on this one. I don't even know how to pronounce some of these, but I'll try my best shot at it. Bola Kias or Ace, Chopper Defense, Cocaine Bear, Gerbert Groundhog and Save the Date, Mr. Hare's A Very Hairy Remix, Mr. Hare and the Kitty Catacombs, Janky Joe, and Yokai Monk. So you got screenshots of all these here too, so you can kind of see these are the ones that are converted from the Spectrum, which has that extra attribute thing for doing foreground background colors, so they'll show up as black and white. But there's I'll just kind of quickly scroll so you can just kind of get a feel. Some pretty nice title screens and stuff too. So at the same time, he's also updated the big pack, which is basically if you want to get everything, like if you're new to the whole AGD game conversion experience on the CoCo and the Dragon, you can actually grab a big pack that has everything on there. And I think, if I remember correctly, the total is 354 games now that he's converted. So that's a pretty sizable game library to fiddle with that you can actually play against, people with Spectrums, because it's basically the same game, just transcoded. But pretty good mix of games here. I mean, the engine itself is mostly designed for platformer style games, so you'll see that most of these are platform style. But we actually have featured a couple of these on the Game On Challenge. Actually, there's some pretty cool stuff in there. So, and a lot are done by kids, which is actually encouraging that younger kids in school are actually getting encouraged to create video games using these generic engines that actually will run on the old machines rather than trying to figure out how to do 3D graphics on a modern machine type thing.
You need to have one of these games on the game.
We have. Ken, do you remember? I think you picked it. It was actually one of the more advanced ones I think you did last time. I don't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but
I don't remember the name either. So, but it was
a guy that it was kind of Indiana Jones-ish, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The guy was.
You were wandering around picking up different weapons and crystals and stuff, and you had to go down into a volcano.
Yeah. The one thing I remember is that most of these games are just straight platformers, and that particular one actually had some more advanced techniques, like you could go behind objects and in front of objects and stuff. I wish I could remember the name. My apologies. Anyway, ton of games there, and there's 8 of them. So you can go download the pack. This is on the World of Dragon archive at worldofdragon.org. And if you go to the forums, there's an upload section, and you'll find them here. And coupled with that, there's the game. I should mention this too. If you go to the original message, he found a bug in one of the games, so he actually had to patch 1 to 1.1. That was the Mr. Hare and the Kitty Catacombs. So that's a separate little download to grab that if you grab the old one first. And then he's got the big pack, 3.2A, 354 games. So that's got every single one. You can get the Dragon versions, you get the CoCo versions, and there's both long file names, which is more for the emulators, and there's also the 8.3 file names, more for the CoCo STC. So pick appropriate to what you normally play your games on. So that was really cool too. And why is the other one missing? Oh, there it is. Okay. So the next up, he also updated. This is the first time this has happened in a bit, I think. as you know, Pear's actually converted some of the AGD games to run on the Super Sprite FM Plus board that is sold by Dragon Plus Electronics, which is basically MSX graphic and sound hardware on a board that you can play on the Dragon or the CoCo 1 and 2, which gives you much enhanced colors, background music, all kinds of things, extra sound effects, etc. He's actually done a conversion now for pack number 8 of those AGD games now for that. So if you have that hardware, you can play these, spiced up versions here. You can see how much the graphics look better with, full color, etc. Of course, I don't have sound here. I can't really show you, but or play for you. But
And
definitely
I believe John got more of those boards in stock too. I'm not sure if they're assembled boards, if it's just kit, but I think he did.
Kits right now. I'll actually be covering that a little bit later in the regular news. But yeah, he's actually finally got some of the parts from the chip shortage, so he's starting to catch up on that. He's got a couple of hardware updates actually on the store. So yeah, for those of you who had never got a chance to get the board, if you're a person that can work with a kit and put things together, which I couldn't, and you want to try some of these games here, that's definitely an option. So, I mean, honestly, as it stands right now, we've got basically 3 options for the CoCo 1 and 2. There's the CoCo DV, there's the CoCo VGA, and there's the Super Sprite FM Plus. And all of them have their strengths. CoCo VGA has been around the longest, has drivers for like OS 9 for running 64 by 32 text, etc., redefinable character sets there. CoCo DV is the one that Alan's doing. That's actually got some sprites. He's actually got a really good Pac-Man demo, speaking of Pac-Man. They did on this one, and then of course the Dragon Plus one. The Dragon Plus one, I think, right now has got the biggest support of third-party software, mainly from Para and Keys, to be honest, because this is the 8th pack of games, and I think there's 8 games on this particular one, which is using the sound and the graphics enhancements. So I don't think you'll go wrong with any of them. They all hook up to more modern, TV displays and stuff, and give you a better quality picture than you would normally get on a CoCo 1 or 2 or a Dragon 3264. And but there's like 8 sets of games here now that are enhanced for it here, so that's like 50 games or something, 40 to 50 anyway. So some pretty cool stuff on here. And I have to say the color definitely makes it different. This almost looks like CoCo 3 games at this point, but this all runs on the CoCo 1 and 2 with the Super Sprite FM Plus board. Has anybody here got a Super Sprite FM Plus? And if you do, have you played with it much?
I have the board. But I haven't had a chance to test it yet. That's one of my to-dos this summer.
Okay. I heard somebody else mention. Did somebody else have one too?
No, I mentioned Brian.
Oh, okay. Ron, you don't have one, do you? Oh.
He's sleeping.
Yeah, he's having his nap. Anyway, some pretty cool stuff in there.
Go
ahead, Ron.
No, I don't have one, but I'm waiting for that cocaine game to show up. Is that something you take the drug with, and then you play the game, and it's like?
I think the bear took the drugs as a thing. I like this is a whole meme right now, and I don't understand it because I don't keep track of where stuff comes from socially. What is this whole cocaine bear thing?
I don't know.
They just released a movie about it. It was actually a true story back in the late 70s that a bear got into some cocaine stash that was supposed to be left. I mean, in actuality, the bear took all this cocaine and died, but they made this movie where it goes on a rampage and kills everybody.
That's pretty brutal and not pleasant to think about.
It's a comedy. Mass murdering bear comedy.
Uh-huh.
I will mention Alan of AC's 8-bit or AC Zone is actually in the chat. He said, speaking of CoCo DV, I have a batch ready. So he's got another batch because I know they were sold out. Works on the CoCo 1 and 2, Dragon 32, Tano Dragon, and the MC10. Which I don't think the Super Sprite works in the MC10. I do know the CoCo VGA does with that extra spacer, and I'm assuming you might need that for this too to fit it all inside the case there. But that's cool. The MC10's can get some of these enhanced capabilities once somebody writes some software for it. That's awesome. Next up after that, Jim Mollis. Now, he's been working on using GraphExpress, which is a Jeff Steidl sort of a programming language enhancement thing for BASIC that you call some machine language routines by sending it strings, and it's meant for the CoCo 3 only, and it has faster graphics routines than BASIC did, a bunch of extra stuff like windowing, sprites, multi-layer graphics, etc. I know Paul Thayer tried this a few years back, and because he was going to use it for a game he was doing, but it ended up being, it took a bit too much memory for what the type of game that he wanted, because it does eat a fair bit of space. So Jim Mullis has been working on one, and I think we showed just before we left for the fest, I think the previous episode to that, we showed a little bit of an engine, like it has some scrolling backgrounds and stuff that he was going through. So he's got basically an update here on the where he's gotten to. Some changes that he's been doing. He's going to expand it to the 225 line vertical mode instead of the 200 or 192 he was using before to give you some extra space in the screen. And he's actively trying to see if he can get this to work. So he's already started to split out like the title screens and loading your graphics into a separate loader program because you don't have as much room to work with in BASIC. Would use it when you're using GraphExpress, and then he's going to have it, automatically run the actual game program with all that stuff preloaded in at that point. And he's actually got a bit of a video here, so I'll play that so you can kind of see where he's going. He's just got placeholder graphics and stuff in here for now. Got a little bit of a wipe scroll coming up here. And it seems to be a superhero based on DC characters, it looks like. Not that you see any of those characters in the placeholder graphics he's got now. And here's letting some of the graphics placeholders he has. He does have a bit of background textures. You can kind of see the cityscape or whatever that he's scrolling against. That's a bit more added to since the previous video we showed 3 or 4 weeks ago. And if you read his blog post there on Facebook, you can kind of get an idea why he's showing these little circles and rectangles here. But it basically show the masking over the background and roughly the size of the actual shape he's planning on using. And you can see it's scrolling across. That's not the quickest thing in the world because that's a lot of screen to move around. But definitely better than you could do in plain BASIC for sure. You wouldn't even scroll in plain BASIC, to be honest. So you see, for the audio listeners here, we're like walking along a road with a sidewalk. There's some red bricks going by. Now we've got a little outline of a door on a separate building labeled bank. So he's got a fairly wide map that we're scrolling through at this point. It's only getting a few frames per second, but I mean, like I said, compared to BASIC, that would be dog slow compared to this. Here's a Radio Shack. Go ahead.
These circles represent all of the work without the actual graphics.
Yeah, so it's doing all the graphic routines that the sprite would normally be. So you're basically getting an idea what the size of the sprite will be because of the combination of the circles, rectangles. He actually goes in explanation. Unfortunately, I don't remember it off the top of my head, and I think I closed that window already. But of what the circles and the rectangles specifically represent. So you can read that on the Facebook post. If you go into the show notes on the Discord here, you can actually get that link back. But he was basically making sure, is it going to run fast enough to make a game? Playing around with the different resolutions that he's talking about, and he's still experimenting. He's not positive that this is all going to work the way he would like. I mean, most of the time, if you're going to be attempting something like this with full screen scrolling in 16 color mode, you'd be probably going straight assembly and stack blasting, or better yet, a 6 or a 9. That's something like GraphExpress. I mean, maybe that's something I should look at in the future when I'm done my other 1,400 projects. Is actually going to GraphExpress and 6 or 9 eyes that sucker, because I think that would be pretty awesome. Probably take a little bit less RAM too, because it 6 or 9 equivalent routines usually end up being a bit smaller than 609. But you could definitely, like, for scrolling, that's the TFM instructions built for this kind of stuff, so it would make a pretty big difference, I would think. But it looks really cool. I mean, it's he's made quite an advancement since the previous video that he'd shown a month ago. So look forward to seeing where his experiments take him. Next up, we have a brand new release from Tim Thayer. It's listed under the CoCo Brothers, which is Tim and Paul Thayer, of course. My understanding from talking to Paul and Tim is this was mostly Tim's project. And it's called Lit, and he did a little ad, not quite an ad, I guess, but he kind of did a mock-up page of Rainbow, kind of like Ron did when he did his Rainbow magazines, more modernized. And typical Rainbow Faction is kind of the painted background and the feature program, and on the top it tells you the system requirements, just like they did in Rainbow magazine. Even put April 2023 in the bottom here. A screenshot you can see in the lower right corner, and then a little bit of a story of what inspired the game, but not really so much the gameplay. Now, if you guys have played the old electronic game Simon, basically a memory game, because that's basically what this is. I've actually got an entry on the webpage on my games pages here that actually kind of goes into an explanation of it. And I think he released a new version 1.1 that actually has instructions built in, because at first I didn't have that, and a few people got confused as to what the heck they're supposed to do. But if you look here, basically you get to select your level, and it's basically a number of dots in a shape. Like the easiest level is a pencil, and it has, I can't remember, 11 or 12 lights. And basically what happens is it will do a light up of every light that you've seen so far. So when you start the game, it'll light up one. You have to click on that particular light. Woohoo, you got it. The next one, it'll actually put 2 lights up, the one you already had clicked, and then the next one in the sequence. And then you click just the second one. And then on the third one, it'll light up 3. And basically you have to remember which ones have you already lit up before. You always have to select the brand new one in the sequence. So once you get up to like 7, 8, 9, 10, depending how good your memory is, it starts getting harder to remember. Okay, I've got 9 out of 11 lights lit up. What was the new one he just added on this current one? And you have to click that. And then as you complete each shape, they get more and more complicated. And I think the highest shape's like 32 lights you got to remember. So it gets difficult. It's a pretty good challenge. I played it for about half an hour to 45 minutes yesterday when I was creating the webpage. And if you like those memory style games, it's pretty cool. If you win the level, it plays a little musical ditty and then lets you go back to the main menu and select a different one. But nice, cute little game, written in BASIC, nothing super fancy. I think the scrolling CoCo Brothers, I think, is Paul's machine language routine he does for all the games that they do. But yeah, if you're into memory games and a CoCo 3 basic game, you can list it out. You can download the actual disk image itself. Get the 1.1, which has the built instructions. That's on Facebook and the Tier City Color Computer CoCo group. I've asked him, I haven't had a chance to check today, see if he responded, but I might put the upload on my site too, just to make it for people that don't do Facebook. And we'll try to get it up on the archive as well, because it's meant to be a free game for everybody. And here's the link itself to the updated version with the instructions that he just put up late yesterday. For those that couldn't quite grasp it, I had to play it a few bits too to figure out what was going on. And I think this is a little demo they did of some gameplay. It doesn't show you solving a lot, but it'll give you an idea what the graphics look like. Here's the opening scrolling logo. A little bit of a palette animated starting screen. And then your level selection here. So I'll just pause that for a second. So you can see there's 8 different levels and each one's a shape. And the number in parentheses beside the name of the shape is how many lights you have to, remember the order that they go in. Or not the order, but what's the most recent in addition to it. And the shapes definitely get more complicated and it's much more difficult in the later levels. So I think he selects pencil, if I remember, on the demo here. Nope, he selected a different rocket or something. So now it's the second one. You have to remember the newest one. And now it'll add another one, which on the first, few dots is quite easy to do. But once you get, fairly far in and you're, there's 2 dots fairly close to each other. Which one was it? The left one that was just lit up, or was it the right one? So it actually does get difficult. Anyway, free download on Facebook for those of you on Facebook. I don't know if the direct link will work. Let me know by email or in Discord. I did put the direct link to it in Discord, direct to the Facebook. And maybe you guys are more familiar. If you're not a member of Facebook, can you get to file sections, or does it kind of block you? I don't know.
I wonder if this picture would look good in 3D glasses.
It might if you had green and red ones.
Yeah.
It'd probably look like the recessed or something. I mean, when I first saw it and I saw the title of the game lit, I thought this is going to be like a light bright simulator. If you old codgers in the audience remember that. It's not really a game, but it was to draw pictures of little pegs that you would stick in through a black card or a black paper to light up of different colors here and draw pictures, basically. That's what I thought it was, but it's not. It's a memory game. It's more like Simon. Okay, CoCo Show 43. Now, there was, as we talked in the pre-show, there were some audio issues with the stream for multiple things. Some worked good, some didn't. I know Ken's and mine end up being completely silent. The entire hour presentation is silent. I do know Randy Weaver is working on getting that. We did check with him last week, and he does have clean audio recordings. It was more the stream that went out, and that's what's recorded on YouTube. So there were some that had some, ghosting problems with their, almost like 2 inputs were coming out. Others didn't have sound at all. The keynote's not up there, but it sounds like Randy's got all of it with clean or separated audio recordings. But the Coco show was already due out before Randy gets a chance to work on it. So theirs actually had pretty bad audio on the live stream. So many thanks to Jason, the Coco Man, because he recorded the show on the phone and he actually had much better quality audio. So that's what they ended up using here just to get the show out. And it was a review of Whirlybird Run, one of my favorites. And they had me as a guest on the show, which was cool. And they had these, blinding tracksuits on. I don't know how to describe these. For the audio listeners here, can anybody describe what these look like?
Pajamas.
Glitzy pajamas, maybe.
Pimp clothes. They look like a couple of pimps.
Think of the worst pajamas you could buy and then multiply that times 20.
I like the
And
shiny
use
gold
gold and
stripes.
maroon. Yeah, use
Yes,
gold,
and maroon, yes.
Gold.
And I must try to top it for Boat Fest.
There you go. Challenge accepted. I'm not joining in on that. But it was a fun time. I mean, I've guested on their show once before at Boat Fest last year. Actually, it was a lot of fun. They're bugging me that I know way too much Coco trivia, and that's because that's the only thing I know. I can't tie my shoes properly, but I remember stupid things like what month this got announced or whatever. It was always a fun time. I mean, I'm glad they made it out to the show because quite a few people that come to Coco Fest are not active on social media, so they don't see a lot of these YouTube or Twitch shows. Some of them don't do Facebook. Some people live in IRC only, so they have no idea any of this other stuff's even going on in the Coco community. So it's good to see them reach a new audience. Hopefully, they got some people that are going to start watching it now that have not watched their show before, because their show is generally a lot of fun. I mean, they don't take themselves too seriously. You've got Aaron, who's like the bubbly, happy about everything guy, and then you've got John Bodevkar Schaller, who's basically likes to take a pee on things every once in a while just to stir up the pot type thing. It doesn't matter what platform it is; like he'll just go to town on a type thing, and it's just part of their shtick. Basically, two great personalities to have this show because they're kind of like opposites of each other in some ways and very similar in others, including matching glitzy pajamas. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. Hopefully, most of the people in the panel got a chance to at least catch the show either live at Coco Fest or at least got to see the replay afterwards from the stream, or the improved audio version here that's actually on their channel. I was wondering, like for you who have never seen the show before or not really watched them, live before, what did you guys think of the way they present?
Yeah, it's good. Interesting. Fun.
Yeah, they do very good research too. I mean, it's not all fluff and fun. It's they've got some serious history and stuff there too. And they do all those shows. If you're into the Spectrum, if you're into the Amiga, the Atari 8-bits, the Atari ST, they've got other shows. ARG Presents is kind of a generic show where they cover like certain systems or certain types of games or certain eras or whatever. There's a lot of interesting stuff there. I learned stuff on that show myself that I didn't know. But hopefully some of you will make it out to Boat Fest. I know Ken is making it. It sounds like Grant's going to be able to make it too. It's in Hurricane, West Virginia. So if you guys can make it out, there'll be another live Coco show taping there. So
looks like you had some creative makeup on your face there.
Yeah, I was a little bit too close to the edge of the screen here. I think they did that on purpose to try to distract from how garish their outfits were. So, if they let up my screen with a bunch of crap, then maybe people look at me instead of them. And either way, you're going to get blinded. So it doesn't matter. But it was a lot of fun anyway. I also like they actually got, the helicopter logo as part of the graphic on the tab even here. So you can tell it's Whirlybird Run at a quick glance even without reading it.
Huh. Ooh.
Fancy, eh? Almost as fancy as their pajamas.
Things that you should not buy on Amazon while you're intoxicated.
Actually, the story was, I think Aaron is the one that found them, and they just said, okay, we got to order these. And they just got them. I don't know.
I'm just joking. I don't think anyone was under the influence of anything that I'm aware of when those were ordered. Although,
but could you not be and still order those? I guess is my question.
I don't know.
I would prefer to think they were under the influence of something by order.
Right.
Like, did they order these on April 20th? That's my question, I guess.
Yeah,
it would not surprise me.
And the banter that you see on the program was going on at their booth at Coco Fest too.
Yeah, you're not getting an act when you watch that show. You're getting what they're honestly like in person. I mean, Ken and I have visited them at their homes, and they're just like that 24/7. That's just them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, a lot of fun. I'm glad you guys got to finally meet them all too. That was awesome. I know I keep hyping up their show because it's a lot of fun, and I have fun, helping them do research for it on occasion. But I'm really glad you guys got to the chance to meet. They actually made it out to the show. Next up, we've actually got some competition now for Jim Gary. Davy's Retro Corner on YouTube. Now, he doesn't strictly just do MC10 stuff. He's thrown in some Coco and Dragon stuff too, in fact, including this mega news-thon we're doing here today. But he's been cranking out some pretty big quantities of stuff here, and he does some conversions. He does some original programming. He even does blog posts like Jim does. So there's some pretty cool stuff here. So I'm just going to cover this as kind of the more game-related stuff. So the first one here is Night Rally for the MC10. So this is a conversion of a game that was originally for the Dragon from a book called Games for Your Dragon by Clive Gifford in 1983. It's inspired by 1970s arcade smash Night Driver. Kind of shrunk down for the MC10's text setting graphics 4 screen. So I'll play just a little bit so you can kind of get an idea of it. It's kind of like trying to simulate a 3D racing car game. And basically you just steer your little car in the bottom without hitting the poles, and it just kind of shifts the poles around. You got a little moon in the night, and you got some stars in the sky and the horizon type thing. So kind of an interesting take on a 3D game for the MC10. And then here's the original Dragon version, which he retyped in from the book. And it's a fairly small basic program. But this uses P mode 4 and just uses line commands, and your car actually looks like a car. So it kind of gives you a different one. Doesn't use poles. It actually draws the actual line of the road type thing. And your score is based on both versions. It's based on how long you last. Next one up, he has an MC10 game called Yeti Hunt. This he originally did in 10 lines of basic for one of those 10-line basic programming challenges. And he did this originally for the Coco and Dragon in 2019. So now he's done one for the MC10, but it's now a bit longer than 10 lines, he mentioned. I'm not sure if he added a ton to it or if he just fancied it up a bit. I'm trying to remember what this game's actually about. Not ringing any bells for me. So I'll have to go reread that, but appears to be a more strategy-based game. It's not really arcadey. I think you're hunting for Yeti. It kind of reminds me of like a Wumpus-style game on a grid as opposed to connecting tunnels. So I'm hoping I'm remembering that right. Anyway, there's another new MC10 game for you to try. And then he actually did a blog post, and this is kind of catching up everything he's been doing here. So there's some of the I won't play or go through this in too much extensiveness because we're going through a couple of the videos here as we go. So he basically just does these little mini articles on exactly what he's been doing with links to the various demos of the videos themselves. You can actually go and download them too. Not strictly just MC10. He actually does stuff for the Dragon, the Coco as well. Here's another one he did, a conversion of the MC10 called Polar Attack, and this is an updated version of it from a previous version that he did. And here you're attacking polar bears. So we have a bear theme going on for some reason today. We have cocaine bear, and now we've got polar bears.
Are these polar bears under the influence of any illicit substances in this game, or
they could be under which? Ken, you might remember which beer did we used to have the polar ice, the polar ads for?
That was a vodka, I think, wasn't it?
Was it vodka?
Polar ice vodka.
Yeah, I can't remember because there was some commercial on TV that was based on polar bears. They was did at Christmas.
Oh, that
for
was
some
Coke.
booze of some sort.
I thought that was just
Or was it Coke?
Coca-Cola.
Well, maybe it was Coke.
Coca-Cola.
Yeah, I'm gonna say all our polar bears here have the Coca-Cola in the commercials. So
Coca-Cola, the original version had cocaine in it, so it's kind of related to cocaine bear.
There you go.
There we go. Tied it together.
These are the cocaine polar bears.
Yeah, that's why they're all white. It's not because of the natural fur. They're just covered in powder. I shouldn't say that. Sorry.
Yeah,
It's too late now.
Yeah.
Curtis Boyle's
do not go out
views
and
do
kill-
not necessarily
reflect any sanity whatsoever.
Do not go out and kill polar bears to try to get cocaine from their fur.
No
They're
actual
when our
polar bears
family
were
friendly
harmed.
status.
Hey, Mr. David Ladd's on this call.
Ooh.
Next up, he's got a game called Robot Arm Grab. And this is kind of an interesting premise. I've not seen it before. I don't know if this is completely original. It's just by him on the title screen, so I'm assuming he's not a conversion from something else. But basically, you have to extend an arm out from your robot, and you have to catch gold but avoid acids. You got these things falling from the ceiling of the game. If it's yellow, that's gold. You have to try to catch that on your arm, your extender arm. And if it's blue, it's acid, and it actually will hurt you. So you want to not catch those. And it looks pretty hard. I haven't actually tried it yet, but just from watching the video here recorded here, which I'll fast forward a bit here. So there you can all see it comes down pretty fast. You miss them quite often. And later on, as the level goes, you'll see that when they hit the floor, they stay there, and it always basically tries to give you a kind of a ratio of what gold to acid you got here. But you can see he's just missing everything except for the acid drops. So the score's in the negatives. But it looks pretty challenging, pretty kind of a neat premise. I don't know, have any of you seen something like this? I don't know what, it's not modeled on anything that I remember, but I could just not have played this game before. Anyway, looks like an interesting one. You guys can give it a shot. This one is kind of interesting too. This is called Speed Trick. It's another MC10 one. And I like his description of this one, so I'm just going to scroll down here. Want to go on a 5-year mission, obviously based on Star Trek. I want to go on a 5-year mission, but you just don't have the time. This is the game for you. You arrive at a series of planets, waste no time, and issue some orders and see what happens. So it's basically almost like just random number generation. So you can try diplomacy or you can attack the planet type thing. So there's no flying around. There's no firing photon torpedoes like at certain coordinates or anything. It's just basically go from planet to planet. Pick, do you want to try to be tactful and diplomatic, or do you want to just shoot them? So you've got the three
done. Set to kill, shoot to kill, shoot to kill.
Yeah.
I want to hear the MC10 play the Star Trek fight music.
That'd be good.
Like if you look at the menu here, I'm just going to back up so we can pause it quick here before he goes off.
Hurl phasers, the planet attacked, your ship mission successful.
Yeah, you have diplomacy, fire your phasers, or explore. That's your 3 options. That's all you do in this game. And basically, so you try diplomacy, sometimes they'll attack you anyway. Sometimes you fire your phasers and it was a friendly planet and you blow it up and you lose points for that. You know, it's rapid fire. It's like speed dating for Star Trek or something, I guess. Thought it was kind of an interesting one. Now we switch over to Jim Gary because, of course, you know, he's not going to sit around and do nothing for 3 weeks. So the first one here is called Even Steven. And this was originally by Paul Ruderman in 1985 for the magazine ZX Appeal or ZX Appeal, which I'm pretty sure is for the Spectrum. And this is actually supposed to have some simple AI, artificial intelligence techniques in it. I don't know too much about the game. It says it gets smarter and smarter as the game goes, making it harder and harder for the human player. Let's fast forward a little bit for a little bit of gameplay. I'd have to look in more detail about what the actual gameplay is. I doubt anybody here on the panel's had a chance to try to play this yet either themselves here, but if you have, please pipe up. Anyway, that's one. Pharaoh's Tomb, which is kind of based on Tutankhamun, the arcade game, or Tutankhamun, I should say, written in 8-bit BASIC. This one he's actually released before, but this one I think is an updated version of it. I don't know if this is just like some bug fixes or some additions, or if he's compiled it. Like the fact he's running it, I'm pretty sure he hasn't ran it through Greg Dion's compiler. But it basically is a Tutankhamun without scrolling. So you got the monster generators, you got the little plays a Raiders theme there. You got some animated characters like snakes and stuff that come after you. So it's done a pretty good job on it. It's got the little teleporters where you walk in the one and you come out the other one on a different part of the maze, collect your gold, etc. So if you want the Tutankhamun experience on an MC10, this is probably as close as you're going to get. And it's actually not too bad. It's not too shabby at all. Next up, we have Dracula's Castle, originally by Felix Software in 1982. Let me start that play. Nicely presented title screen there. And this was originally for the Dick Smith VZ200 in 1982. So this is a, was this Australian or New Zealand, Nick? Dick Smith?
Well, I think both. The VZ was Dick Smith was both in Australia and New Zealand.
Yeah, and if I remember, that particular machine is actually a Z80 or Z80 based
Z80
CPU, but it had a VDG chip like the CoCo does, right?
Yeah.
So what you're seeing here is probably pretty darn close to what the original would have looked like, just with a different CPU.
Yeah.
And you can save the game in progress, which is kind of cool. Go ahead, Nick.
I think in the US, the same computer is called a laser from memory. I can't
Yeah,
remember.
that kind of rings a bell.
Yeah.
Let's burn a little bit here. But you can see it's kind of like a 3D perspective going through the map. And you have to get silver stakes so you can go kill the Dracula. And you just fell into a slime pit. I like the little low-res graphics he added in here, like the 3D stuff and the way you die, etc. It's actually pretty decent for the little SG4 graphics here. Lots of little bits like that castle, and I don't think I can find anything. There's a zombie.
Hey.
So it's kind of a cute one. It's I'd say one of the more advanced 4K MC10 games. And this one he did a couple of updates over the last 3 weeks. This one's called Space Mouse. And this one he actually was trying to research the history of the original version of the game. And depending on which one of his posts you read, that changed as he discovered more information. He originally thought this was originally written in like 83 or 84. And it's by a fairly famous Japanese developer. And I'm probably going to butcher the name here, Takanari Suzuki. But he actually started doing further and further research. He actually discovered it originally had come out in 1981. And that the version that he had originally seen was actually already a conversion from the original. So I'll play a little bit here, just kind of while talking about it. And he actually took the time to write a blog post to kind of go through, the history of the game, some minor changes that he's done to the gameplay himself. So you're on the bottom here, the arrow, and you're picking up the orange things, but you have to dodge it's almost like barrels or something. Now, considering this game came out in 81, which I think is the same year Donkey Kong came out. I mean, it's kind of almost a sibling to it, I guess, as far as, the gameplay. So that's a general gameplay you can see there. And then here's his blog post on it. He's even got some of the original artwork for a Windows 7, 8, and 10 version of it. So this game apparently was quite popular in Japan. And as he mentions here, according to the Giant Bomb game website, Space Mouse was created in 1984 as a type-in program for the Japanese computer magazine called I.O. But as he goes through and starts researching it, then he finds out Archive.org has this thing where it states in the top corner of the front page of a different magazine in 1981 that this game had come out. So the Giant Bomb website seems to have erroneous information here. And then they mentioned that it came out of the NEC PC-88, also came out of the PC 6001 Mark II and the PC 8000. So he's actually doing research on the actual history of the game itself and finding that some of the major game sites have it wrong. And then he also explained some of the updates he did to the game itself. He had a key sensing using peaks provided by Greg Dion. This is you can actually do key repeat rather than having to tap the keys every time to move one square. You can hold it down and move. Also had the feature of power boosts that move you upwards at a fast rate, including smashing through floors. He made some changes to the backstory itself. So anyway, you can get the link out of the show notes and on the Discord and kind of go through the whole history of him discovering the history of the original game and then, some of the changes that he's done to the game itself to, make changes to the gameplay. So that was really cool that he actually took all the time to do that. I know how much research it takes to try to figure out these histories of games because I've been doing that on my site and for Chronological Gaming. And it can be a lot of work, especially when you're getting conflicting info like he was hitting on this one. Next up, getting into some Dragon stuff here. So Alan Turvey, who's known as Happy Coding ZX, I think. He's on the Amigos Discord, but he's a developer for the Spectrum, and he teamed up with Paris Surratt to make a conversion of his Asteroids clone that he did, fresh implementation, kind of like Nick did with Pac-Man. But he did it for the Spectrum a year or two ago, and it's actually a very good rendition of Asteroids. And basically, Paris Surratt actually helped him to port it to the Dragon, because I guess before he got a Spectrum, he had a Dragon back in the old days. So that was his very first, micro he really tried programming on. So it's like coming back to old home week for him here. And I know Aaron was trying to get this to show at the show, but I think he got sent the VDK version, which is not something that some of the emulators handle all that well. So I don't think he got it running, unless one of you guys happened to see it. Like, I don't know, maybe he got it running on Sunday or something, but I think he was having problems trying to get it to run. Now he's selling this game for fairly cheap on itch.io, which I'll get to in a moment. But when you buy it, you get both versions. You get the Spectrum version and you get the Dragon version. So it's a twofer. So if you have the emulators or the Mister or something like that with some of these emulations on it, you get both versions of the game. You can actually compare them, side by side if you wanted to. So this was the announcement here on Facebook. And here's some video play. And it's actually pretty decent clone. It's pretty close to the arcade. So this is the Dragon 32 version. And pretty good animations on the ship exploding and stuff, and you can rotate all the different angles.
And the explosions.
Yeah. I've seen the Spectrum version before. Actually, I saw it at BoFest, played it a bit. But this looks pretty close. It's 256 by 192, two-color graphics like most of the Asteroid clones we do have. Though this, I'd have to say, looks closer to the arcade than I think any of the other ones we do have, like Microbes or Meteoroids or Star Blaster.
Yeah,
he's even tried to simulate the background sound that speeds up as you get further on in the current level. So if you're interested in that, it's $5 US, and you get, like I said, both versions. You get the Spectrum version and you get the Coco or Dragon version. And he's now got it both VDK and DSK format. VDK, I think, is much more common on the Dragon. DSK's covered the one we usually use in the Coco. And I'm not sure what the exact Spectrum one is called, but at any rate, you get both of them for that $5 price. It's like getting two games for $2.50 each, basically. And I always want to encourage, people that are developing new assembly language games for the Coco platform, that if they're selling it for a fairly cheap price, try to push them a little bit so people get a chance to try it out. And it's still cheaper than the Starbucks coffee. Next up, we have Pippo34BE, a channel on YouTube I've never heard of before. And out of the blue, played a Coco game. This is a game called Catacomb by L. Miller. And this one, I remember, came out as a free download on CompuServe in Delphi, I believe. Now, for some reason, the colors here, I did actually talk to him a little bit, but it sounds like the RGB to composite wasn't working properly, so it's got the wrong color. So, but you can still see what the game is. It's kind of like a dungeon crawl loosely based on Gauntlet type thing. And I think, if I remember, he actually might have made a OS 9 version, which I'm going to have to hunt down, because that should run a bit faster now with all the changes we've done to Iris 9. So, unfortunately, the colors here, like I said, are not the proper ones. Like this red should be a gray, etc. But you got treasures to pick up. You got monsters. You've got a scrolling kind of screen here. You pick up things. You read signs that you find scattered around the dungeon, etc. There's multiple levels to it. You have to keep track of your food. It wasn't a bad little game, and this came out, I think, about 87, 88, so it's fairly early on in the Coco 3's life. So for the time, for a basic game especially, it's pretty decent. I think that's a potion. Anyway, if you haven't tried that game, it's I've got it right up on the site, and actually shows you what the colors should be on my site, and it's a download on the archive, and it was even free back in the day, which is cool. One of the earlier Coco 3 games. Next up, this was a pretty interesting one. I've actually talked back and forth with Matt Flynn on this one a bit. So it's Matt Flynn's channel. And basically, he did an hour of basically going through 10D, TRS-80 color computer games A through Z. So I thought, he's probably just covering Tandy stuff, because, it's an hour-long video, and we've got a lot of games. But he actually went through a lot of third-party games, and most of the game clips he does here are like literally 5 to 10 seconds. So he's trying to cram as much as he can. Now, he obviously didn't get everything, and he only has, I think, a couple that were Coco 3 at specific modes, so he's basically just covering Coco 1 and 2 here. But he starts like at numbered games all the way up to Z, and he's crammed in a few hundred in here, so it's a pretty good If you want to give a person a broad overview of some of the CoCo 1 and 2 games that came out, third party and Tandy, as quick little hits of like 5 to 10 second video clips of each, it's actually pretty decent. I'll play a little bit at the beginning here, which actually has some stuff from the Dragon as well. This is just kind of his intro roll here. So once that finishes, it'll actually get to his little clips. So like here's, for example, 3D Brickaway by Avalon Hill. Originally by Britt Monk. And then straight into 3D Space Force from Noosa Consultants. So this was originally a Dragon game. So you're not going to get like deep gameplay here. You're just getting kind of little snippets of the game in action. This one's an actual Tandy one, 7-card stud. There's 8 Ball by Antico, a pool game. Anyway, there's an hour of little tiny clips like this. So he's covering hundreds of games. So for those of you that are new to the CoCo or only knew about the Tandy stuff back in the day, this has got a really good cross-section. It's missing some big titles. It's missing some rare titles. It doesn't have every Tandy game, for example, in it either. And it's pretty well strictly CoCo 1 and 2. But he's actually planning on doing from talking to him, he's planning on doing a CoCo 3 sequel later. And I mentioned my site because I definitely have more games listed there than he's got. And I'm only just over half done all the stuff that's on the archive. So, I mean, literally, there's well over 1,000. There's probably close to 1,500 games you could do, and that's not including like type-ins from Rainbow and stuff either. So, but that's the first time I've seen somebody attempt to do a good chunk of them in one shot in one video. That's in an hour you're covering several hundred games. So that was pretty cool, and it's good to hear that he's doing a CoCo 3 version a little bit later on. I won't play a lot of these here unless you guys have a specific request. Chronological Gaming, of course, was kept going, even though Ken and I were chasing chocolate bars all over the United States. But he covered a bunch of ones here for the CoCo from beginning of 1982. The first one here is Cave Hunter, and he actually has the ad from Rainbow. That was the one I do remember playing quite a bit back in the day. I'll just rattle off the ones that he did end up covering the last couple of weeks here that are CoCo related. So we got Cave Hunter, got Blockbuster and Blockade, Laser Star and Helo Battle, Voyager 1 from Avalon Hill, Bleep, which I think was Chromaset, Anti-Ballistic Missile Command, which is kind of a missile command in BASIC, Moonlander 1 and 2, which actually we'll be talking about again in a bit here because that was one of the game challenges that AJ and Tim played that just got released yesterday. Space Zapper, which is a Space App clone in BASIC by Aardvark, which actually is quite a good one. So he's got a bunch going on. He's just started March of 1982, and CoCo starts to kick in more and more games starting around March, April, May, June. And 82 is when it started to take off. I'd say 83, 84, probably the peak years. So I think he mentioned he did 600 some odd games for 1981 for all the various platforms, including arcade games, etc. And he's got like 2,700 to do for 1982. So he's going to be busy for a while. And 83 and 84 is going to be even worse. So it's going to be like 5,000, I'm sure, per year. So he'll be busy. But there's a whole bunch there to go through, including some fairly rare ones. Like I had not seen some of these myself, like Blockbuster and stuff. I don't think I'd seen before I started doing research. Most of these are on my site now. I think actually all of them are at this point. Laser Star and Helo Battle was one Jarb software published in Rainbow 2 months apart, and then they started selling as a little twofer where you got 2 games in BASIC. And this was actually because when Rainbow started in the same with Color Computer News, they didn't have Rainbow on tape. It wasn't even offered. So everything you got in Rainbow or in Color Computer News, you had to type in by hand. So some of the software companies here that, gave kind of freebies away to the magazines had so many requests from people, I don't feel like typing this entire 16K program listing here. Can I just buy it off you for like $3 or $5 or something like that? And they started selling that. And I think that's what inspired Rainbow and CCN to eventually offer, Rainbow on tape. And I can't remember what this Color Computer News equivalent was, but saving the fact that you didn't have to type in all these listings, I think that took about a year or two before that actually started kicking in. So if you take a look at the Rainbow on Tape collection in the Color Computer Archive, for example, it doesn't start till I think 82. So basically anything in the first year of Rainbow in 81 and the first part of 82, there's no Rainbow on disc, Rainbow on tape unless somebody took the time to type every single program listing in. So hopefully we'll eventually get those filled in so that we have the equivalent of the Rainbow on tape for those. This is Voyager 1, which is actually came out near the end. I think it was advertised near the end of 81, came out in early 82. That was Avalon Hill's first game for the CoCo, and it's actually a graphical 3D, zipping through the spaceship thing. So one I remember playing quite a bit. So, here's Bleep, which I think is another Chroma set game, if I remember correctly. And Anti-Ballistic Missile Command, which is, like I said, a basic version of Missile Command. This one here has got the 2 Moonlanders. Now, this was sold as a 2 for 2. Moonlander and Moonlander 2 were included on the same tape and disc. And it's basically a lunar lander. The second one is a bit more complicated, where you actually angle your ship to fly around. The other one, you just kind of steer a straight ship. So you're just, basically moving left, right, or thrusting to go up and down type thing with variable gravity. The historical bit of this is the first game that Chris Latham wrote for the CoCo commercially. So Chris Latham, you might remember from Dancing Devil, which you can see in the ad here, which is a bit of a later ad. But also he's very famous for doing stuff like Donkey King and Sailor Man. So if you want to see where he started before he got into machine language programming, this is the one to start on, because it was 2 basic versions of Lunar Lander that he did, a year before he did Donkey King. And man, did he come a long way from those to Donkey King. That's a huge jump. It's kind of like watching Mike Huey go from Alcatraz 2 to like Grabber or Draconian, basically the same thing. Within a year or two, they just became brilliant programmers from humble beginnings. And in 40 years, I still haven't gone that far. So shows you how much my programming skill compares to those. Next up, we also have Cuth. He's renamed his channel again. I know I keeps doing this. The only way is Cuthbert GA. I think he was called LED something or other last time we talked, and he was something else before that. But he's still continuing on with doing the longer plays of some of the Dragon games with the original artwork and cassettes here. I won't play any of these because we've seen most of these before. But when he did these like a couple years ago, he did like 1 to 2 minute little clips of just showing basic gameplay. Now he actually plays for like, up to 10, 15 minutes in some of them to show more of the game in action or later levels, etc. So if you want a bit more of a more thorough look at a game for the Dragon, some of these you'll recognize from the CoCo as well, of course. But he, in most cases, he has the original cassette artwork and the cassette labels and stuff you can take a look at too, so you get the whole package.
Yeah, it's a good little display of all the original artwork too.
Yeah, and as we mentioned many times in the show, the artwork on the Dragon cassettes was a lot better than most stuff we got in North America for some reason, with a few exceptions. I mean, Mictron and a few others. Tandy obviously had some pretty decent stuff too, but they just generally, gave it a lot more thought. No, that might be because they only had to make cassette because, disc was not popular because it's so expensive in the UK. So they didn't have to make like a different size for a disc jacket or something like that. But I hope he keeps these up, because the last time he did the 1 to 2 minute ones, he ended up cleaning out his entire channel out and deleted all of his old videos, and then he started putting these back up. So I kind of hesitate to keep putting these on here. I mean, they're very good if you can catch them while they're there, but I'm not guaranteeing they're going to be there in a year. This one here was pretty interesting. I caught this, unfortunately, after the live stream itself had completely finished. But Retro Rewind, and this is not Frank. This is not affiliated with Frank in any way, shape, or form. This is a UK-based one. But basically, they did a Dragon 32 live stream special, just playing some games. And this is from a person that's not familiar with Dragon. He was aware of its existence, and he knew roughly like when it had been out, but had not had any experience with it. And from most people in the chat, the live stream chat I saw, they didn't really know too much about it either. So they're kind of poo-pooing it in some ways, but he found some pretty good games there to play. And I gave him some other suggestions, like some other games to try, because he didn't even know how many games there were. He was figuring there might be a couple hundred. I guess they really thought this machine up and died within a year. And, between Eurohard and Dragon Data itself, it actually went on for, 4 or 5 years, I think, or 3 or 4 at least. And there's a lot more games because they got so many ports from the CoCo side, plus a whole bunch of the original stuff. So there's, I think, at least 700 or 800 games that I know of that were officially on the Dragon during its heyday.
Interesting. The Shock Trooper's got that red.
Yeah, that was the alternate color sets, like Donkey King here with P mode, 3, screen set 0 type thing, and same here with the Shock Trooper. I'll play just a little.
It does make a change from the green, I guess. Makes it look a bit more colourful.
Got a poster now.
And then here he's explaining, like, the first he ever heard of the Dragon was that Weetabix thing. And I think we covered this a couple of years back. There was Weetabix gave this free arcade game, kind of a primitive Space Invaders. Well, not quite Space Invaders, a little bit different than that. But basically, you could win a free Dragon, if you entered this contest. and you played this, game type thing. And then he goes, the comparison with the CoCo, that they're both reference designs, etc. And then he starts playing some of the games, and he's playing like Lunatax, so he's playing this like 3D game there. And he plays, of course, the one that every Dragon user loves.
Yeah.
Chucky Egg. Donkey King in black and white, because of course it's PAL. Or you could pick the chunky green graphics, etc. But it looked like a pretty interesting stream. And he covers other machines that he's covered before. If he does another one, I might see if I can try to catch him live, in case you have any questions on some of the games here. Because like I said, watching the people on the side chat there, I think most of them had never played a Dragon before, or very faintly remembered some friend having it or something and seeing it a couple times type thing. Next up is another gaming channel by LR. And it literally is called A Gaming Channel by LR. Has done some other Dragon games too here recently. Longer play videos too, even longer than the other one I just showed you before. And they're playing some, the CoCo conversions, they're playing some of the Dragon originals, and he does many other types too. Like he's got some Commodore 64 stuff and all kinds of things. But if you want some longer videos between the 7 to 20 minute mark, or even 30 minutes, like here you play Tea Time for 30 minutes, he even tells you where he got his best score and what offset to jump to if you want to see that. But they're more fuller playthroughs than you would typically get on most of the stuff you see on YouTube. So it was pretty interesting watching him kind of learn the games, etc., as he goes through the videos. So if you're into Dragon gaming, there's some pretty cool stuff on there. Next up, Coco Town. I don't know if this guy was at Coco Fest or not, because I don't know his real name, unfortunately. But he's actually just started the channel like within the last month. And he's got multiple CoCo stuff on here and varying. There's some stuff we'll be covering the regular news because it's not game related, but this particular one here was basically how to use an Xbox controller with CoCo games. And, does some gameplay testing with it. And I'll just play a little bit of an intro so you can just kind of see. And if you guys recognize him, see if he was at the fest and I just missed him.
Hello and welcome. Today we're going to talk about how to configure XRoar so you can play CoCo games with an Xbox controller or any joystick that you like. And in the process, I'm going to show you about a little trick that I found. Let's go.
So does anybody recognize him? Like, was he at the show and I missed him, or? Nope. Okay. I mean, I'll let you guys play his video if you want to see what the trick is type thing. And here he's doing some testing on the joysticks and stuff. So this one was like basically oriented towards gaming, which is why I threw in the gaming on news, but he's got some other stuff that's a bit more technically oriented that I'll be covering in the regular news. And then here we're talking about Moonlander, Chris Latham's very first commercial CoCo game. So that was the game they decided to play, sibling rivalry between Tim and AJ. And this is a hard game. I've played this one too when I was doing the research for the webpage, and they only played the one of the two. They played the original Moonlander, not the Moonlander 2 where you angle your ship. And like, if you can see the screenshot here, just paused it on. It's like another Moonlander. You have to like navigate your ship and land without going too fast. You can't be moving too much further sideways because you'll crash. You got fuel to worry about, variables of gravity you set at the beginning of the game. The platforms you can land on, generally you get more points if it's harder to get to. But they had a lot of fun doing it, and ironically enough, only AJ managed to successfully land the ship once, and Tim just crashed all the time. And I had the same thing. This is a game that is very fussy. You have to have your vertical speed and your horizontal speed very narrowly down with a narrow range in order to successfully land. And it's a bit confusing because you can look like you land and it plays a little victory song type thing, and then you blow up. Or if you did it right, then you land, you get the victory song, and you win. You get some points for it. But it's a very difficult game. It's pretty exacting on what you have to get right to land successfully. And the second one's even a little bit more difficult because you have to worry about the angle your ship's flying at. And
Neil Armstrong had to get it right the first time.
Yeah, but he took months of training. He just didn't throw it at himself in 5 minutes like these two did. And I'll just plug again, I'm wearing one of their sibling rivalry T-shirts with the original Tandy Black Beauty joysticks on it that I picked up at the fest. So thanks to Tim and AJ for bringing those. That's the end of the game on news. So Mark, if you want to run another commercial, I'll queue up the regular news.
Okay. Let's see what we got here.
And this is the longer one.
Hi, I'm John.
And I'm Aaron of the CoCo Show.
And you're watching or listening to the CoCo Nation, the live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer and its cousins.
All hail the CoCo Nation.
In a world where RGB produces black and white video, one cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. CoCo3ScartCable.com.
G'day from the land down under, where toilets flush backwards and thongs are a respectable form of casual footwear. I am Nick Morentes and I have been developing games for the CoCo for over 35 years. Welcome to the CoCo Nation, the interactive live video talk show for all enthusiasts of the CoCo family of computers.
Hi, I'm L. Curtis Boyle. I'm Ken Waters of Canadian Retro Things, and you're watching the CoCo Nation Show.
Only the bravest souls enter. Only the most cunning return. Defeat innumerable monsters to ransom the king's scepter, stolen by the evil wizard. Your sword, shield, and wits are your only allies. Pray you find a magical inn as your only respite in the forest of doom.
For the Tandy Color Computer 1, 2, and 3.
November 2017, if you dare.
And we're back.
Okay, well, I think before I get started in the news and put everybody to sleep here, I think Jason has a video that's finished rendering while I was blathering on the game news.
Rendering and uploading and thumbnails and all that fun stuff. But my day one video from, well, my experience at CoCo Fest, which I will admit is there's warning, it is a bit silly, but it's there, and I'll put a link in the text, or you can just, or in the chat, or you can just go to fairlyamused.com and it will redirect you over to my channel for that type of stuff.
Cool. I look forward to seeing that. You got a part 2 for the second day coming in the future, I presume?
Part 2, hopefully, I'm hoping within days, because it's everything's already loaded into the editing system. I'd rather get it done and get it out and move on to the next project.
Cool. I will definitely have to check that. I'll check out the first one actually after the show's over here, because I'm kind of curious what you mean by silliness.
Well, there's a lot of David Ladd in it.
Oh, so like over the top silliness. Okay, gotcha.
Oh no!
Ooh,
that's Nick's favorite part. He'll be able to get his inner David Ladd on.
Oh, no.
Was it the real David Ladd?
Come on, Nick. You're supposed to be enthusiastic. Remember, we're CoCo Nation now. We need to be enthusiastic, supportive of each other. Come on.
Well, you can always tell fake David Ladd from real David Ladd because fake David Ladd has a mustache.
He's got the little glasses with the eyebrows, the mustache.
Yes.
Because I think from looking at that picture, I don't know if David Ladd is actually, has the capability of growing hair.
Hey, where's my little doodle pen on Zoom here?
Oh, yes. Will that show up on the stream if you draw on Zoom?
Probably so, but I'll have to look at that.
I think I've done that. I think I've done that before just to see if anyone noticed.
Oh, one thing, I want to give a big public shout out to David Ladd. I might have mentioned this last week, but just in case I didn't. I'd gotten several years ago a bunch of source code discs from Harvey Brofman of Intellectronics, and one of them for the ice hockey game that eventually got resold through Computer when Intellectronics shut down. Had the source, but I could not read half the files. The disk is pretty heavily damaged. And David actually brought his grease weasel, check your bingo card, to the show. And, he took a look at the disc. And I think, David, if I remember correctly, you actually came and warned me you probably wouldn't be able to read because it was making such a horrible noise when you put the disc in the drive.
Yeah, the head had black streaks on it after I got done reading the disc. It took me like 20 minutes of running a cleaning disc through it to remove all the black marks off the heads.
Just like the underwear.
Oh God.
No, he doesn't clean those.
Yeah, but see, the thing is that Curtis provided it to me, so we have to then point fingers at Curtis for leaving the black marks.
Skid marks, I think they're called. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, the disc was pretty badly damaged. I tried it here, and I could read, I think, 1 or 2 of the files, and everything else was erroring. I tried every trick I could do just with a regular drive. I tried seeking from the opposite end of the drive back, because sometimes that throws the head just a slightly off alignment enough to, try to read something that's kind of iffy. But I couldn't. I mean, most of the disc was unreadable to me. I get the directory reliably, but I also had a screeching noise whenever I ran it too, and I had to clean the heads on mine as well. But your grease weasel, I think you had it to me within an hour. Completely fine. So I'm gonna give you a big big shout out to David, a big shout out for Grease Weasel. That actually does work, and it recovered some source code I thought was going to be lost forever, because that's the last existing copy as far as Harvey and I know. And it's now on the Color Computer Archive and on my site. So if you guys want to see how ice hockey was written, or patch the game, I know that's another one that Tim and AJ covered. And Tim sometimes complains about game programmers not doing stuff right. Well, you got the source code now, Tim. You can fix it yourself and quit complaining.
All hail David Ladd.
Yep. So big shout out. Yeah.
Copyright ding.
For what?
Ding.
You just did.
I don't think you can copyright a Gregorian monk chant, can you?
Yeah. Well, if it comes from those shiny outfits.
Hey, we just played that on our last commercial.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they'll be okay. They don't seem the suing kind.
No.
Or even the copyright strike kind. All right. Thanks to David for recovering that. And I said you can go grab it if you want. I'm now going to switch over to the regular news as soon as I remember which window I'm on here. I think it's
good night, everybody.
This one here, I hope. Let's see.
Really? I was going to say, I'm all right laying here, so I'm ready for the nap anytime Curtis is ready.
Yeah. Now take out your pillows.
Yeah. Get your cots ready. Maybe a good stiff drink.
I didn't say we fax.
Oh, where's my rum?
Oh, there it is. So check off WeFax on your CoCo Nation bingo card.
Somebody's got to be close to a bingo now at this point.
Yeah, we've had Grease Weasel and WeFax.
Yeah, and David Ladd.
We need to publish some of those.
Well, Tim and AJ actually do have bingo cards. I don't have my one handy here at the moment, but
I'm sure there's a bingo card generator online somewhere we can use.
Yeah. Okay, so on to the marathon news. So the first one, Color Computer Programming actually put up 6 new videos of game development stuff in BASIC during the time, since our last news segment. I'm not going to put all of them on here because some of them were updates to themselves, etc. So I'm just going to play little clips of 2 of them. So he's working on his what he calls CoCo Ultimate, which is kind of his basic rendition of loosely based on an Ultima style type game. So the 2 I'll do here. The first one, and this is just a little quick clip here, as he calls it, Ultimate Conflict 50% Battle Capacity. So he's basically got 4 snakes and 4 players, 1 wizard type or cleric, and then a fighter with a sword. Probably a little loud, isn't it? But basically, he's kind of showing what he's kind of up with a brief combat system here. So you can see the players like walking towards the enemies, and the enemies walking towards players, and then it pops to a text screen to say a snake strikes, fighter 1 takes 3 damage. So he's just been kind of experimenting with how he's going to do his combat system with multiple control or player controlled characters as well as multiple monsters. And the next one here, this is the overworld. This is before you go into a dungeon or anything like that. And he's got some sample mountains, which I think we showed in the last video 3 weeks or 4 weeks ago. Now, one thing he did a little cool here, like this is a beachfront. The little dots you see are just kind of like sand showing that. And the white arc circle thingy there is the waterfront. So I figured when I first loaded this up, and this is the screen it brought up, I figured, oh, cool. So he's got kind of a rounded, he's not doing tile based for the waterfront. He's actually doing, an actual full blown circle type thing. But he actually animated it in basic too, which actually looks pretty decent.
Okay, everybody, welcome back to my Ultima game on the.
So basically, for those on the audio that can't see it, basically he's got the water expanding and retracting, kind of like a washing tide, like waves on the shore type thing. And if you go a little bit later in here, you can actually move your character, and that effect keeps going. It slows down a bit, obviously, but he actually has this water animation that's filling a pretty decent sized chunk of the screen in basic while you're moving your character around. So he's actually got some pretty good ideas. I mean, I haven't seen that particular technique used on a CoCo adventure game before. You just generally have the zigzag line waves that get animated like you see in Gates of Delirium or Paladin's Legacy or the Seventh Link, but this one's like a smooth shore filling top to the bottom of the screen instead of these tiles type things. So it actually looks a bit more natural. So I was pretty impressed with that. And he's definitely wanting some feedback. He's even talked near the end of this video. It was kind of funny because he was mentioning that he normally gets like little hints and tips from myself or Alan Huffman occasionally and some other people that have CoCos for him trying these new techniques because he's kind of learning as he goes. And he said he didn't get any response or anything in the last 2 weeks. And he was kind of bummed that is people just not interested in the project. Well, we're all at the fest, and Ken and I were chasing chocolate bars across North America, so we didn't have time to respond. So I did give him a response. Just I'm just starting to catch up on everything here, but interesting to see where he takes this. He's got some pretty good ideas, and trying to pull it off in basic is definitely a challenge, but he's figured out some pretty cool stuff. Next up, the CoCo crew put out their latest episode, and this actually contains a summary of the fest from themselves, and all of them were there except for Mike Rowan. I think John was there, Boise was there, Neil was there. Neil, first time in years that he's been able to make it down. And they also covered a review of Kung Fu Dude. I will say they were generally very impressed with the hotel. They thought the show went really well this year, which I think all of us will concur, especially compared to last year, which had the word disaster written over part of it. And then there's the CoCo history bit that Boise did for April of 1987, which I think was on a fest. I can't remember now. I haven't listened to this earlier on. But yeah, they were pretty impressed with the actual show itself, so that was cool. And they mentioned that Jim Brain had mentioned that it looks like we would have had one of the best attendances we've had at a CoCo Fest in quite a while, with at least 130 just on the first day, and there probably was a few more extra people showing up the second day. So that's good. The show is growing. That's what you want. Next up, Henry Reitfeld posted this. So this is I'll just read the blurb here for the audio listeners. So he said, this is the CoCo Fest auction Xerox drive I replaced. So he got this at the auction. If you look in the lower right of the photo here, you can see this big enclosure that actually has 2 3.5-inch floppies, a 5 1/4-inch floppy, and a hard drive all in one big case power supply. He goes, I replaced the full height drive with a half height and added a hard drive running from right to left, a SCSI hard drive, a 5 1/4-inch drive, and then 2 3.5-inch drives, and he calls it the Franken CoCo. Now, this is something I remember multiple people doing back in the day. In fact, our eliminator-based system at work, we had one of these, not quite this big. We had an enclosure that had floppy drives and a hard drive all in one enclosure, just because you had some nice beefy PC power supplies, rather than having separate ones for every single thing, or the dual floppy ones that you got from Tandy Radio Shack. So that's one of the more larger ones that can handle the hard drives too. So I'm glad he actually got everything up and working. It sounds like everything in that thing worked. You just swap the one full height drive so you can get a couple extra drives in there. He's got a pretty decent storage system going on there.
The box is the size of a monitor.
Yeah, just about the size of the CMA. Yeah, with a SCSI drive and 3. Yeah, I'm assuming these are all double-sided, double density. So 360K 5 1/4-inch drive and 2 720K 3.5-inch drives.
And a big honking power supply in the back. It took a separate table to hold it up.
Yeah. And as David Ladd will attest, you can never have a multi-pack that's too full. That's why you need 16 slots.
And you never know. He could have a modified floppy controller that he could actually do high density off of those 3.5s.
Yeah, that's possible too. If he's got one of the original ones, or it was cool seeing that something that he bought at the auction, which I don't think anybody knew if it would actually work or not, and it looks like everything worked. SCSI controller, the SCSI drive itself that he put in, and all the floppies.
Hey, Mr.
Alan,
Ladd. There was a question from Peter Willard about a good way to clean crud from discs. I was thinking David Ladd had mentioned something that was kind of uncommon, but he said it worked well.
Normally I have, I use the standard cleaning discs, but one of the ways I do it is one disc, I use the alcohol. I use one disc to dry and another one with just a small amount of deoxit on the third cleaning disc. And then I run that through the drive on the third pass to just give that slight, right. That way it will lubricate the head.
Recommendation though for cleaning the disc itself, not the cleaning disc, but they.
Yeah, that's kind of iffy. Do not use isopropyl alcohol on it, because isopropyl alcohol causes the bonding agent to break down that holds the rust to the mylar. So alcohol will basically ruin the disc. One of the methods I use is if the disc is dirty, the felt on the inside is probably dirty as well. You have to carefully open the disc, remove the media, soak it in some distilled water, preferably warm, not hot, because you don't want to melt the disc. And then using those soft wipes that you'd use to remove makeup off your face, you use those to gently wipe the water off after it's been sitting for a few minutes, and then clean the disc off, and then use another disc, brand new floppy disk, as a donor
donor
remove
case,
the donor case, and then put the media that you just salvaged in it so you can recover the data. At least that's the method I've used.
Now, did you have to do any of that with that ice hockey source
It
code
is
disc?
time consuming. No, because didn't have time yet.
Oh, okay. And we were just shooting basically for a one-off. We just get it recovered.
Risking the heads. Yeah, I was just having it read the track multiple times so that way they could be overlaid on each other, and then hopefully find a track that was a good enough read to get your data.
Well, this was you average it 47 times and say, okay, I hope that's right.
So that one was 25% prayer.
Yes, it's not like I had a whole bunch of cleaning stuff with me to do it properly.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I remember David when I took him the disc, and once that grinding noise came out of it when he put it in to do it dirty, he was going like, I don't know if this is going to be recoverable. And basically, I had already tried everything I could do. So if it didn't work, no loss. I was in the same state anyway, but he did manage to pull it off. So. Okay, so hopefully that answers your question, Peter, in the chat there. So next up, we got a couple from Alan Huffman, who unfortunately was not able to make the fest this year, which sucked. It would have been great to watch him, compete during the auction, because we had some competitions going on as it was, and he usually livens those up pretty good. So he started doing a blogging, a multi-part series he's going to be doing on the CoCo basic disc structure. So this first entry goes through both a low-level sector format, which is including like CRC bytes and padding and all kinds of stuff. There's stuff you don't normally see when you read a sector unless you have a grease weasel or something similar. And he also goes into the disk extended basic higher level file stuff, how the FAT system works. So it's a pretty good starter research on exactly how this stuff works. Like here's some of the low level stuff, and then he goes further on into how the tracks in the CoCo itself are laid out, how the granules work, and where the fat and directory are, how those work, etc. With some basic programs to test. So really good description on that. And he's going to get into some more detail on the next one. And then he also did one here, Write Basic Easier with Alex Evans Python scripts, which I think we had covered briefly before CoCo Fest, but he had found a problem with it, so he kind of retracted. And I think this is the re-release or an update to it at any rate. And this is basically, he gives some warnings on certain words that you cannot use in variable names, etc. that won't work in BASIC, because he actually hit some of that when he was trying to do some stuff here. So there's some caveats you have to be aware of when you're doing this kind of thing. And he has a good blog, description of that, and basically what type of stuff you should be looking for. And I think that might get a follow-up as well. There's definitely a part 2 of the disk basic stuff coming out. Next up, Nowhere Man 99, excuse me, 999, which is Glenn Hewlett, of course, who's been doing all the transcodes. Some person had asked, and I can't remember who it was off the top of my head, but somebody asked, Robotron 2084 he released a while ago, was he planning on releasing the source code? And originally, Glenn had kind of like given up. He said, Robotron was never my favorite game. He describes it here in his GitHub. He said, it wasn't really my game. I haven't been able to get this one bug out, and I haven't got all the sound samples in it, but I'm just kind of sick of it, so I'm just releasing the binary as is. Well, what we found out later on is that the bug that he was trying to fix is actually in the original Robotron from the arcade. It's a bug there too. So actually he had done the transcoding correctly. So now he's actually released the source code as it is. The only thing that he really needs to finish up at some point, and he might still do this because it's not some insurmountable trying to figure an obscure bug thing. This is just basically he's not got all the sound samples in there. So there's certain sound effects that are just not playing. He's got some in there, but not all of them. So basically, if he can get those integrated in and release it, he pretty well have a full transcoded Robotron, which you can add to his, Pac-Man and Defender and Joust. But he's actually got the source code up. So if anybody wants to take a look at, how he did Robotron, you can go get it at his GitHub. You get the specific link in the show notes on the Discord. Next up, Daniel Campos posted some pictures from the 7th meeting of the, how do you pronounce this in Portuguese? Club Rio, basically the equivalent of a CoCo club in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. And of course, that's where the CP400, which Brian Weezer actually brought his down to show us at the fest there. So if you guys were at his table, you probably saw the CP400. We actually took the lid off. We got to see the inside of it and stuff too. So these are photos from their annual CoCo related show, and that covers all the clones plus actual CoCos. Luciano Scharf's there too. They're both very active in the color computer group. Got a Model 4 piece thing here beside it. They're playing Chucky Egg on a CoCo 3 on this one. There's the whole group together there. There's a few people we've actually had on the show before on there. There's the CP400. Now this is, I remember, I don't know if Brian Weezer's still on the call or not, but I don't think this is the same one he brought. There's two versions of the CP400 color. There's one with the little chiclet keys like this, and one with a more full keyboard. And I think the one Brian got, if I remember correctly, is the one with the more full keyboard. If anybody can either correct me or verify that that was the case.
He had both at the show, actually.
Oh, I only saw the one.
Yeah, he had the full keyboard hooked up, but he had the chiclet one sitting in a box.
Oh, okay. Cool. And the adapters they've got for the cartridges and stuff here. So there he's kind of showing a whole family. There's some of the Kodamax and some of the other clones, as well as playing Paul Thayer's Timberman on the far left on a CoCo 3, and he's Sailor Man on the far right. And I can't remember which clone that specifically is. Max 400, I think. Yeah, Max 400. Yeah, a Max 400 made using a Polymax keyboard from a CPM machine with a CP400 board installed inside. So that's basically taking the circuit board from the machines that Brian brought to CoCo Fest, and then slapping on the CPM terminal keyboard onto it with a numeric keypad and everything. And there's one of the adapters with a ROM. Then here you got Sailor Man on ROMs, or it's a cartridge. I like the fact that his label actually has like graphics on it that he printed off. There's the Kodamax CD6809. This one is much closer to the keyboard layout on a regular CoCo. You've got the arrow keys on opposite sides like a CoCo 1 or 2 had. The brake key is labeled as escape, but everything else is pretty close to the same. And there's the MX 1600 clone that is playing Zaxxon. And a close up of that. A much wider cartridge slot, easier to get to than the CP400 had. No extra door. There's Tuts-Tomb with a custom label ROM. Mini IDE hard drive interface. Tim Man playing the CoCo 3. One of the earlier CoCo Cs, it says Brazil edition, but this is one of the clear, I think, was it Tim Linder that designed the clear case? I can't even remember anymore. But the earliest CoCo STCs had this rather than the current cases we're getting now. Kind of like following the iMac aesthetic where you could see through the older iMacs. CP400 with the original chiclet keyboard. A BAFA 2 Plus computer, a CPM design made by Augusto Baffa. I think that's somebody that's active in the group, so he made this machine himself.
Baby Adam 3.
And back to the beginning. So thanks for the Brazilian CoCo group for posting these photos here. We've actually covered their event a couple years. We've even had some live streaming from them in the past. And if I remember correctly, their show was literally the week after CoCo Fest. So we had, the CoCo Fest in the States, and then we immediately followed up with a Brazilian CoCo Fest kind of in Brazil. That was cool. They also released a small video, 8 minutes long. I won't play the whole thing here. I'll play a little snippet of it, just kind of get a feel for the room and how they had it set up. But you can definitely go watch that. I think you can turn on auto translate. When I tried viewing it when they premiered it yesterday, it wouldn't let me do that. So I don't know if it was set up for that or if it's just because it was a brand new release and it hadn't had time to fully process. But I'll play just a little snip.
Fala aí, escovada de bytes, bem-vindos a mais Creator. Hoje eu tô aqui no evento da galera do Coca-Cola do Rio de Janeiro.
I like the Tuts-Tomb t-shirt too.
Todo o evento hoje, a galera bacana que tá aí mostrando os seus Coco Computers aí. Muito popular aí, todo mundo já viu um Color Computer aí, um CP400 em algum evento. E era uma máquina que era compatível com o TRS-80.
But a good variety of a lot of the clones, even had some stuff that's not entirely Coke related, but some of the whole Brazilian computer scene where copyrights meant nothing and trademarks meant nothing. They would just go for it. And actually that's legal in Brazil. It's not legal for anybody else, but Brazil basically wanted to encourage their own, computer infrastructure within the country type thing, and basically just said copyrights mean nothing here. We'll clone Apple IIs, we'll clone Commodore 64s, we'll clone CoCos, whatever. But they had a lot of cool, interesting machines because of that. Okay, also the week after CoCo Fest was the, what is it called? The Indie. It's one that Randy Kindig of Floppy Days podcast kind of hosts. The Indie Classic in Indianapolis, which is just like a 6-hour drive from Chicago the following weekend. And Jim Brain attended that, so he took some pictures there too. Now, this is a more like a mini VCF. It's basically covering every retro platform you can think of. So this is Jim's booth pictured here, Retro Innovation. So he's got the CoCo 3 on the left, and it's totally tore apart with a bunch of wires and stuff in it. I'm assuming he's testing something, and a multi-pack plugged in. Plus, he's got, Model 100 and some other machines here too. There's an Atari ST or an Amiga. I can't even tell from there. I think it's Atari ST. And I think this was the first year they've done this particular one, or is it the second? I think it's a fairly new show. So it's a little bit smaller than the CoCo Fest, but if you like the variety of computers, and if you're in the Chicago area, I mean, it's not that far of a drive to get to this one. I'd like to attend. Like Ken and I were seriously considering, or like I was seriously considering trying to make it out to that, but honestly, with everything else that was going on, I'm glad we didn't. I don't think we would have had the time or the money to do it, but. But I'll have to see if I can sneak by there somewhere, depending on when they have it next year. And there was some, stuff for sale, like computer magazines, old computer magazines for $1 or $2 each. And I like this Indy 500 thing, game system there. So, all right. I'm guessing this show will continue on. Randy's pretty cool. We had him on our show for an interview. Probably a year ago now, maybe a little bit less, somewhere in there. He's a really interesting guy, and I definitely wouldn't mind meeting him in person. So someday I'll make it out to this one, just like someday I'll make it out to Tandy Assembly and Someday I'll make it out to a VCF. Someday I'll make it to the Dragon Gathering in the UK too. As soon as that darn lottery number comes up. Okay, next up we have James Maxwell, who posted on the CoCo group on Facebook. So his dad had a whole bunch of CoCo stuff, like old listings and some manuals and stuff like that he's inherited. And he's actually got a picture of his mom and dad here. With the grandparents and actually with an old gray CoCo 1. Now, is Sloopy still on the call? I'll take that as a no. Because apparently Jim was actually down, or James, I should say, was actually down at VCF East. And he inherited a whole whackload of paperwork from his dad. And he's actually got photos of them on a Google Drive that he made publicly accessible. So some of these are like original manuals or scans of, magazine pages, and sometimes it's hand-scrawled notes, sometimes it's original listings that I think his dad did. But there's a ton of stuff he's been scanning in here. There's stuff for doing ham radio. I saw a few things in here. I think there's even some WeFax related stuff, if I remember correctly. I haven't gone through it all, obviously, but a lot of historical stuff here that you won't see anywhere else. So grab them and take a look at them. Some pretty cool stuff. I hope he's uploading to the archive. I haven't had a chance to talk to him to see if he is, but it'd be really cool to get all the stuff up there too. But thanks for doing all the scanning. I know that's a lot of work. Retro Islander did a retro show and tell of his CoCo related computers, books, and magazines on his YouTube channel just before CoCo Fest to release this. So I'm not going to play the whole thing, obviously, because we'd be here for days if I did that with all the videos. But you can see he's got a CoCo 1, a CoCo 2, and a CoCo 3, and an MC10. He's got some books that he goes through. He's got some of the old magazines. Also of his history of the machines there too. It's some of his old magazines, like here's Rainbow. Actually, the one that was on what Brian Weezer showed, that was one of the sample pictures, was the cover of this particular issue. All right, a nice little 13-minute rundown of his 4 CoCo related machines and a bit of history behind them, some of the other hardware and software that he's got with some of the books and magazines as well. So that was kind of cool. Next up, we get an update from Ron Klein. MAME version 0.254 is now available as an update for those with a CoCo Pi. This contains a fair number of updates to the CoCo floppy disk drivers and ROMs that are available. So they've kind of changed how things work. Tim Linder's talked about this too, because he's actually the one doing most of this stuff. But basically, the last few updates to MAME have not affected the CoCo. This one definitely does. So one of the problems with MAME is it always does this stupid CRC check on a ROM. So anytime you want to use a custom ROM, you have to do all kinds of overrides to get past this. And of course, people customize ADOS 3, they customize ADOS 3 extended, they customize CDOS, they customize, all these different DOSs we had available. So you'd have to do special things for every single one of these. And now they've kind of changed the way the driver works. If I'm understanding correctly, and Tim, if I'm wrong, let me know and I'll correct it for next week. But basically, it's going to be doing ROMs is kind of a separate thing from the controller hardware itself, rather than being tied. And that way you actually have like a controller for HDB DOS and a controller for a SCSI or a supercontroller 2 from Disto or something like that. But then you can have multiple different ROMs that you can specify. And they've got some examples here, Disk Basic 1.0, 1.1, ADOS 1.02 for the CoCo 1 and 2, the special ADOS 2B for the CoCo 2B to support true lowercase, ADOS 3 for the CoCo 3, ADOS 3 pre-done for 40-track and 80-track disk drives, RGB DOS, stuff for support for the Becker port and DriveWire 3. So there's a bunch of different options here that are all going to be enabled on this update. So even if you're not running the CoCo Pi, I mean, the update to MAME might be worth it for some of you for doing this. I was wondering, since David Ladd is the Lord of the Floppies, have you fiddled with any of this new stuff in MAME?
Why, yes, I have. And of course, the ADOSs are set for single-sided, so don't expect double-sided operation.
Okay, and have you fiddled with some of the other ones, like the CDOS from Disto and some of the ones that are a bit more rare?
No.
Okay. But are you happy with the direction that this is going? And did I get that right? I guess is the other thing.
Well, I don't know about the CRC stuff with the ROM stuff. I know that the customized ROM that I have for the CoCo 3, I was using MAME for the testing, and the current MAME still complains about me using the customized ROM for the CoCo 3 itself. So I don't know if that's just for the main system, or if he did something special for the external discs, or if it's just a misunderstanding. I don't know. But as far as that, I still get the message about the ROM not having the correct CRC.
Oh, okay. I should also mention here, there's some other updates too to the 689 core. So there's some invalid instructions that weren't being quite handled correctly. And Tim has fixed those too, which is part of the 0.254 update as well. So, I mean, there's some programs that were cracked a little bit incorrectly, sometimes have these extra instructions in there, and they, normally the CPU just kind of pass over illegal instructions, skip that. It might trigger the illegal instruction trap on a 609, because I know we've had to fix a few games that had that problem.
Yeah, one of the things that, which was one of the tricks that you told me about, is using the 6309's clear D instruction, which is a 10.
Yeah, it's a prefix byte followed by the clear A instruction or something, so it'll only clear half of it on a 6809 and clear both registers on the 609.
And so I would do that, and I'd check both bytes on some routines I was doing. And since I knew some things didn't even work right in the emulators, since I knew that instruction, all the emulators at the time didn't process that instruction at all. If I got FF in both A and B, I said, "Oh, you're running on an emulator. This code is known not to work right in an emulator. Sorry, go use a real machine." So
that's what Nick keeps telling people too.
But now some of those tricks that that you would tell if you're running on a 6309 should be more detectable on these. Should be.
Yeah, because I remember Frank asked me how to detect 609 when they were doing the update to the CoCo Diagnostic cart that supports the CoCo 3 and up to 8 mega RAM, and also detects the 609, and that was the exact same technique you just talked about, is how I told him to do it, because it's the easiest way to tell. By the way, for those of you that are part of the whole chocolate saga, which we'll be getting to a little bit later here when Ken's video comes up, but I just got a notification on WhatsApp from Taylor, and she has pictures of boxes going out with a big, in all caps, "The chocolate has shipped." So that means that Mark and David and Grant and Jason, your chocolate bar should be on the way as of today. And I noticed specifically these boxes are labeled FedEx, so they might actually make it.
Yeah, now we still need to get you your money.
I've mentioned this on the Discord, and for those that don't know, that have ordered and haven't heard from me, send me the money only when you receive them, because right now at this point I don't trust any courier on the face of the planet. So once it's in your hands, you can PayPal me the money.
Very well.
Anyway, that saga is finally coming to an end, apparently.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. Okay, next up we have Gadget Reboot Channel, which actually seems to be a fairly large one with 26,100 subscribers, and it's not one I'm familiar with. Are any of you familiar with this channel?
No, but I recognize that EEPROM cartridge right there.
Oh, you do you?
Oh, yes. I've gotten a few of those made.
So anyway, you put up a video here of making a CoCo EEPROM cartridge based on publicly available design. So I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, that you've used as well, David.
Yes, it's a I've got one of the things for the name. I can't remember the name offhand.
It's on OSH Park. It's a ham guy, if I remember right.
For F's sake, I can't figure out what the name is.
Anyway, it looks like a pretty interesting design. The Gerber files are up there. You can order them through PCBWay if you don't want to do the manufacturing and custom make it yourself or whatever. And basically, this is basically to put a ROM cartridge in, put some program on a ROM cartridge, and this is the ROM cartridge design itself, right?
Yes.
Ooh.
So I won't play the video. Apparently, if you have any
well.
questions, you can ask David and Mark, who know all about this.
Yep, I have a couple of them from David, and I've programmed to David's ROM, which has 4 different versions of DriveWire. One for the CoCo 1, one for the CoCo 2, one for the CoCo 3, and one for the RS-232 pack. Works excellent.
Only 4. Oh.
Do you think that eventually scripted cartridges will become rare because people throw them out, the insides out?
No, they might throw the insides out, but I don't think the cards, like a lot of people want to find the the ejection molded cases. So they usually keep them. It's like, Rick and Dale talked about, they took the Dino Wars cartridge because neither of them liked the game, pulled the ROM out, put their own game on they were trying to submit to Tandy, then send it to Tandy. So it's already in a cartridge case, but they kept the cases because the cases are valuable no matter what.
I did that to a bunch of Theragood cartridges.
Yeah, one of the nice things with this ROM cartridge, which is by Mark J. Blair.
Yeah, I remember the name now.
So it's called the CoCo EEPROM Pack project. But there was a guy that's on Thingiverse that made a 3D printable cartridge that you can stick that in. Speaking of which, you just
he covered that.
The page. So, and that I had at least when my printer was working, I printed a few of the cartridges, and the design works really well. Of course, these days for people that don't want to print the cartridges themselves, I guess there's people that's had good luck with JLC PCB and PCBWay. I guess both do 3D printing now. So you can actually get both the PCB made and the cartridge, the shells 3D printed from both those companies if you wanted.
Yeah, and if you want an orange injected molded one, and I'm pretty sure John Linville still has quite a few left from the big order they did when they were making cartridges and cartridge games and stuff for Neil, etc. So I think you can probably still get those through him too. I don't remember what the prices are off the top of my head, but just contact him through the CoCo Crew podcast. I'm sure he can hook you up too. So there's lots of options on the 3D printed one. If you have a 3D printer, you can do that. Or as David mentioned, you can order it through places like PCBWay, and you get the circuit board made at the same time, so it's all in one shot. And this handles variable size ROMs up to what, 32K or something?
It handles the most I think it supports is a 16K.
So CoCo 1 and 2 level basically is what it's designed for.
But the ROMs you can use all the way up to 27C512, which is a 64K ROM, but you use it in 16K banks. So that's why there's 2 jumpers. If you go back to the page that has the actual PCB being shown, there's 2 jumpers that you can flip between of the 4 banks, because there's 2 jumpers, high low. Right, up there in the top left of the PCB there, if you look at A14 and A15, that helps switch between those banks, so high or low, so you get...
Okay, so that you could have multiple images on there that are each 16K and a 64K ROM, but you have to move jumpers. You can't control that through software.
Correct. And unlike many other cartridges, this one can be used with a game ROM or a Disk Basic compatible image. There's that auto start jumper down there near the pins that you can either put the jumper on or off. Since most of my projects, I use the HDB DOSes configured for different configurations. I don't even have that jumper on. The only jumpers I ever use are the ones to select one of the 4 banks up at the top left.
Couple toggle switches that fix that right up.
Or a couple switches mounted to the external of the case with wires going to those positions. Yes.
Now, out of curiosity, the CoCo 3 can map in a 32K ROM. This does not support that.
No, you probably could get it to do that if you ran the A14 line from the chip to the A14 on the cartridge slot. But that would be a manual bodge wire.
Okay.
Or if someone had the actual rod wanted to, they could probably make it so the jumper had a third position. You know, like where you got there where it's either high or low. You could have one where it pulls A14 from the bus, which means then A15 would be the high-low bank. So it would be either the upper 32K or the lower 32K.
Okay.
But that's something that hasn't been done yet, because obviously no one's really, that I know of, has really thought of it being that important. But, you know, there's
So maybe
always
is what you're saying.
Well, it could be done, yes. It's just
The
dependent on who's
David
motivated to do
Long
it.
answer to a short question.
Yeah.
Well, you know, is me.
This is how I normally answer questions too, like a 5-minute explanation when 10 seconds would have been fine. But that's cool. The fact that you've actually used this before, and it all works fine. Mark's used it as well too. Like I didn't know if this was like a design that I've just somebody that I don't really know from the community made something.
Just to give you an idea, this cartridge I've got actually sitting right in front of me because I've got Jim's RS-232 pack clone cartridge that was a prototype, which he called the CoCo Link, which has an extra bit for the baud rate selection that can go to 230K, unlike the RS-232 pack that can only do 115K. But he doesn't have a ROM socket on it. So I had to use his little Y cable, and I'm using one of the game cartridges on it in the Y cable, so I have both the ROM and RS-232 pack combined. That route.
Okay.
I'm cheating.
And I'll just mention here at the very end of the video here actually demonstrates the cartridge working by putting Canyon Climber onto a PROM and a EEPROM, and then plays it, and it works fine. So good to know. Okay, so computer hobbyist, and this is, I can't remember the guy's name off the top of my head. My apologies, I should have wrote it down. But this is somebody that Stevie encouraged to come to CoCo Fest a few years back, I think just before COVID. Or maybe it was just after I came. I think it's just before. But he came by and he actually interviewed him, and we kind of had him on the show for a bit here. And he kind of came back to CoCo Fest again and actually went through and did one of the summary videos, an 8-minute video of kind of going through the show floor. So here you can see like Jeff and Rick, poring over, writing networking code for games or whatever you guys were doing at that table. Is that roughly accurate, Rick?
That looks like Deke.
Yeah, that's Jeff.
That's Deke.
Deke's real name is Jeff.
And what the heck were we doing? I have no idea anymore.
You can see Rick Adams on the far right there, pondering code. And William Asseloff in the background.
I remember now. Yeah, Deke has a network card that doesn't like anybody,
especially David Ladd.
I misspoke. A CoCo that doesn't like any CoCo IO cards, except for one that Henry Strickland has. That's pretty new, and I didn't have any other new ones, and we're all looking at this thing, because
when we get to doing the follow-up where we get some of you guys that have new products that are kind of in the works, I'd like to get you, Jeff, and Henry all on the same time to kind of go over the whole group project. I guess Brett Gordon would be part of that too, for the Algorand stuff. Maybe Jay Cyril.
We were this close to broadcasting that coffee pot from Henry's desk to the world there. They almost had it going. We couldn't get past the weird Wi-Fi at this new venue.
Yeah, because I'd like to do a spotlight on each of the big projects. Maybe it'll be too much to have everybody on one show. Maybe we'll do one a week or something like that. But to get you guys in on the network project, to get the other two on the drill power pack wireless CoCo stuff, plus his kid helped make some of the satirizing videos about me and stuff too. That was really cool. And
Charlie.
Yeah, Charlie. Thank you. That's a problem. I only got a chance to briefly talk to people very quickly. I didn't get a chance to write down email addresses, nothing. So I don't even know how to contact these people.
It's all mud now, isn't it?
Yeah.
I remember I did this, but in one context and with who.
Yeah. So hopefully we can get everybody on
actually,
that had new stuff.
Charlie's father is Flutterball on the Discord.
Okay. If I forget Mark, maybe get in contact, have him to contact me and we'll arrange to get them on.
Okay. I'll do that.
Thanks.
Charmark Flutterball.
Yep.
So anyway, he does a very brief walk through the tables here and some of the projects and some of the people and stuff too. So it's pretty cool. I won't play it because we've covered some of this already. This one here is Eric Canales. So he's introduced the first alpha version of 6dev09, which is a IDE system that he's created for Windows that will do both basic and assembly language programs. And you have different themes and stuff you can do here. Like you use the the classic Coco green screen, modern dark, and some other things too here. And basically you'll create a disk image and launch it in the emulator automatically, and do the compiling and stuff, assembling. I think some of the people on the panels, have one of you two gotten this from Eric? I know he's been talking about doing some updates based on some suggestions on Discord already. And this is an alpha at this point, but anybody here filled with it?
I signed up with this Patreon and have access to it, but I haven't played with it yet.
Okay, Rick or anybody else? Have anybody else tried this yet?
No, not yet. It'd be nice to play with it, but at the moment I've been focused on the GoTech and the Grease Weasel.
Okay. I've been trying to get some feedback. I know it's a work in progress and this is an alpha. It's not the final product by any means. So, well, actually, maybe we'll just get Eric on the show. We have a way to get a hold of him through Lenside. So come in and do a demo. I did try to get him to come on and do a demo just before the fest, just people that couldn't make it would know what this new product announcement was. But he didn't have time at that point, so maybe we'll get him on the next couple of weeks here. Next up, Coco Town, which I covered earlier when he was talking about getting Xbox controllers to work in Xroar. So this is more on the serious side of things. So he does what he calls the impossible two-sided color computer animation. So basically, this is drawing the standard 3D hat style graphic that we've all seen before. I think he was even on the cover of one of the Tier City Microcomputer News on the Coco. What he did here is he actually saved all the images from it, and then he put it on a modern PC and then animated so it actually makes the little guy flip. So it has. Read the sound here. So basically, you can select how you want to draw this shape type thing, and then it draws it at regular speed, and then he overclocks it a bit so it doesn't take quite as long. I like the fact that he uses like actual Coco fonts and stuff to give you details what he's doing. But I'm sure you guys recognize this shape. Which would take literally a couple of hours sometimes to render on a real Coco, even a Coco 3. So end up with that. So what he did afterwards is he actually created all these previous and then he merged them together into an animated GIF style thing. So this is why he calls it impossible, because a real Coco could not render this. However, a 2 meg or 8 meg Coco could have these all pre-rendered and just flip them around and actually animate it as fast as if it's not faster. So there's a project for somebody, not me.
I thought that was like a juicer or maybe like a pan for a bunt cake.
Hey, it's pretty cool little animation there he did with that. And then he did a 2-part series here on using DriveWire to back up Coco floppies. Now I won't play these because these are like literally 20 to 25 minutes each. So the first part he goes through setting up DriveWire itself and backing up real floppies to DriveWire drives. And then on the second part, which maybe I'll just play in the background here with a really low volume.
Previously on Coco Town.
I think he does these kind of dramatic things here like this, like continuing from a previous episode.
Nothing. I'm going to type B, nothing shows up. Type 6, there'd be nothing. I'm type C, nothing shows up. 0.
So he does his videos very professionally done, I think. And I like the fact he used a paperclip to jury rig wires together on those 32. But the part 2 is basically going on splitting up single files into separate DriveWire disks. And when he did the initial backups, like he had a lot of programs on the same original disks that he was backing up, and now he wants them like separate so you can find them easier, which is what the Color Computer Archive does. you don't get usually a whole issue of a Rainbow. You'll get a specific, like, here's the Rainbow Roach game, and here's WeFax 512K or whatever it is type thing. So he kind of goes through the whole, how he decided to solve that. And he actually switched to DriveWire 4 because his original first video is on DriveWire 3. And DriveWire 4 he actually used for this particular purpose. And he explains why in the video and some of the command line options and stuff he's using. So I don't know this guy. He wasn't at the show from the sounds of it. At least I'd like to figure out if we can get a hold of him and maybe have him on the show because he seems to be pretty knowledgeable what he's doing. But I've never heard or seen of him before. So it's kind of wondering just where he came from all of a sudden. And if you're watching, please, send us an email or join our Discord, etc. Here, we'd love to have you on. Ken, I'll let you, since I'm getting kind of hoarse-throated here, if you're still on.
Okay.
You want to explain what this is? Do you want me to just play the little intro first, like our
Yeah,
blooper?
sure.
Is that a couple Canadian hosers back there?
Hey, Amy.
Yeah.
Hey, Taylor. Hey, Curtis. Again.
Yeah.
Your line is Hey, Taylor.
This is why Ken's an actor and I'm not. I can't even get two words right.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. Hey, Curtis.
Hey, Taylor.
Hey, Ken.
Hey, Taylor.
What's up?
And it goes uphill from there. I swear.
So yes, we dropped by the lab and filmed an episode with Taylor and Amy. So I don't know what else is there to say about it.
What is it
Coco
about?
Fest.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I mean, they were gracious hosts. So we got to sample some local cuisine, including some, what is it, Gibson's donuts? Which I was a little disappointed they weren't shaped like, Gibson guitars, but
Donuts, barbecue, their version of poutine, which was cheese, ranch dressing, and bacon, which, okay.
yeah,
it was good, but
we also got the like up here, and I'm not sure what the situation in the States here, but wagon wheels are a fairly common wafer.
well, they knew
chocolate
what they
covered.
were when I mentioned them. So
But they had things called moon pies, which apparently originate in Tennessee and are the predecessor of wagon wheels. Came out in 1917. Is that something that's all over the States? Or is that only in the South or only in Tennessee? Does anybody know?
That's all over the place here.
Oh,
Yeah.
it is? Okay.
I thought
Fair
when
enough.
you said you were local cuisine, I thought you were going to say that you went to the local Arby's.
No, but Ken did make it down to BB King's.
yeah, went down to Beale Street and drank a lot of beer, watched some bands, and ate at BB King's. But
Yeah.
that's in my video, not in this one.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So
Yeah,
they've
I haven't-
actually, they mentioned they've got a bunch of ideas of stuff to do after going to CoCo Fest. And now, of course, from Brian Weezer's gracious donation of a CoCo 3. So they've got like, some upgrade videos they want to do. I'm sure they'll do some stuff that's CoCo 3 specific. And they won't have, two annoying Canadians in the back and the rest of them. So that should help their channel a lot.
Well, hopefully they'll get to play with Nitrous 9 Ease of Use 6309 edition.
I was trying
now.
not to be the obvious plug there, trying to be polite, but okay, thank you, David. But basically, this particular one is their vlog of going to the fest. So this is like them before they left Memphis. They actually talk about going to White Castle, which was right next door, the venue, and going through CoCo Fest itself. So definitely, and it's got their normal charm and humor too. So that, it's always a lot of fun watching their
As
videos.
hard as we tried, we couldn't get rid of that charm and humor.
Yeah.
They survived a White Castle.
Yeah, I mean they're medically trained to be able to recover from that. I think is how they handle it.
They do call them sliders for a reason.
Yeah, they slide in and they slide out.
I thought
There
that
you
was
go.
best
There it is.
unsaid. I thought that was best unsaid, David, but thanks anyway.
So I did discover this. I did not know previous is that Taylor has this, where she always peels the buns. She peels the cooked part of the crust, and apparently it's genetic. Apparently, one of her parents did this as well, which they kind of talk about in the video. So it's just
Really?
I've never seen
I
that
would say
before.
it's more habit than
Really
genetic.
no crust, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, that was something I did not know. I learned something there in the video.
So in other words, the top of the bun is unappealing.
That's what I gather. Yes,
to her.
Yeah.
But it's White Castle, so wouldn't the whole thing be unappealing?
So I've heard.
And then Coco Fest spelled in ketchup. I've never seen that before either, so that was cool.
A plug is a plug.
Gotta watch the video. It's great.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I gotta check that out.
good.
So go watch it.
I gotta check it
After.
out, even though it has Ken and Curtis in it.
We're not on it too much, and we don't want to talk too much. So
Unlike this show.
yeah, where I talk way too much, I'm going hoarse already. And I'm not even half done. Now, for
Not
those
even
of you that
half.
were at VCF East, which I know Sloopy was anybody else?
None of us here, I think.
Okay, I don't even know if Sloopy's still on the call or not.
No.
He's physically on the call, just not mentally.
He fell asleep.
Well, I can't blame him. So basically, Justin D. Morgan. Now he's normally a Mac guy, I think normally, and he's also friends with what's the other YouTuber, LR Tech or something. Oh, shoot. But basically, he did a almost 4-hour live stream. It's like he did watching our show and getting inspired by it or something. Basically, pickups that he got some stuff from consignment. He got stuff from the thrift pile, the free pile, etc. And one of the things he actually managed to pick up was a Coco 2 for $70. She's just bringing out now, but he
Everyone
actually
knows what this is
got it as a
because
bundle.
They saw me bring it down. But anyways, Jeremy has been, I think, trying to get me to get a color computer. So I got a color computer 2. And yes, it comes with the speech sound pack. Although it's been opened. Someone's had this opened. I don't know why, but anyways.
So anyway, he goes through it and he kind of tests it kind of a little bit off screen. He eventually points the camera at the screen because he didn't have the right, capture hardware for the Coco in particular. But it's a 64K Coco 2 with extended basic. It's got the full travel keyboard, but it's the Radio Shack label, so I'm guessing it's not the T1. I don't think very many of the Radio Shack ones have the T1 VDG, but I'd be interesting. He's planning on doing a follow-up video of actually using the Coco, and he was taking a look to see if he could actually test the sound speech pack. And he has the manual that came with it as well. But I mean, if you looked at any of the sample programs, they're like 3 or 4 pages long to get it to do anything. So he didn't take the time to type that. So he'll have to do that up in a follow-up video. Probably kind of interesting to see what his opinion is of the Coco 2, since I think this is the first Coco of any sort he's ever owned. And like I said, he's normally a Mac guy, does some of the other, 16-bit machines more often, but interesting to see what he thinks about it. Too bad he couldn't get the Coco 3, which would be more comparable. But yeah, he talks about the Coco on there for a good 20, 30 minutes. This one I'm going to play in its entirety. Ken, do you want to set this one up? This is the little one, not the big one.
While we were down in Tennessee, we took a little trip from Memphis over to Knoxville to check out the Vintage Geeks Museum. And they just, for a teaser, they shot some footage of us looking around the museum. And I think later on, Curtis is also going to touch on a video there where he actually interviews us. And we played around with some Coco stuff.
Yeah. And the nice thing about this is that Aaron Ishmael, who's kind of in charge of the whole thing, and he's got several employees. This has been ongoing, getting this built up over, I think, a year, I think they said, if I remember correctly. So they've been working on this a while. And he let us in, actually, their official semi-opening date for the public. You basically have to book an appointment and, book when you want to go in with how many people. Open to the general public has not happened yet. That's happening a little bit further in the future, but he actually let us in before the official date of May 1st. And this is the one they released on May 1st, saying that you can now book appointments. So I'll play it in its entirety. It's going to be kind of a little bit of a commercial, a little bit of information, and a couple of hapless Canadians kind of hanging around.
I'm Aaron. Welcome to Vintage Geek. I have some very exciting news for you today. It's been a long time coming. There's been so much work that has gone into creating the Vintage Geek Museum. Our staff has been working hard every day trying to create the exhibits and all of the things that you're going to enjoy when you come here. And I'm excited to say that as of today, we are officially open on a limited basis for scheduled tours. How can you come see the Vintage Geek Museum? It's very easy. You can just go to our brand new website, vintagegeek.com. Now on the website, simply click schedule a visit, and you can see the calendar where you can can schedule your time for a visit and come see everything that Vintage Geek has to offer. Now, obviously, we're still in construction. We are growing the museum on a daily basis, so I still consider this a bit of a preview tour. We've got a lot more to come, but we have adjusted the prices accordingly to make it as easy as possible for you to come visit. Our second big announcement today is that we are offering Vintage Geek memberships. What do you get as a Vintage Geek member? Well, you get a few things, actually. First of all, you're going to get a discount on museum admission. So if you want to come take a tour of the museum, you're going to get 50% off the normal ticket price. Secondly, you get full access to vintagegeek.com, our brand new website. Now, the website has all of our video content that we've produced over time, and it's all available commercial-free on any device that you choose. In addition, we have a lot of video content here at Vintage Geek that we don't put up on YouTube. We have full-length interviews with some of the guests that we've had on the shows. We have full playthroughs of some of the software that we've been featuring, and we'll give you access to all of that, plus any additional software that we may have created for some of those videos, like the Leprechaun we made on St. Patrick's Day. All of those things will be available to you as a Vintage Geek member. And you get exclusive access to schedule one-on-one time at the museum to spend with a computer or computers of your choice. So if you had a favorite computer as a kid, an Apple, a TRS-80, an Atari, whatever it might be, and you just want to sit down and spend some quality time, you can spend that time by scheduling it on the website as a Vintage Geek member. It's one of those special perks that's only available to Vintage Geek members. And finally, we have the Vintage Geek community, which is a place you can sound off specifically about the exhibits we have at the museum. We may ask you questions about the software that you've seen on the computers when you come to visit. Maybe there's a particular piece of software that you'd like to see featured. You can sound off directly via the Vintage Geek community. Once again, a perk you get from becoming a Vintage Geek member. It's very easy to subscribe and become a member. You can do it right on the website. And we're going to give you a special promo code so you can take 50% off the price right off the bat just for watching the YouTube channel. If you use the code YouTube in the promo code box, you're going to get 50% off that membership price. It doesn't get any better than that, and we would love to have you as a Vintage Geek member, and we look forward to seeing you at the Vintage Geek Museum.
So anyway, it was really nice of Aaron to let us in a little bit early and tour through it. And he interviewed us, and he also graciously accepted an interview from Kenemy for Ken's channel. And that's another one of the videos Ken's working on. He's a busy little beaver. He's got a ton of stuff to work on. But just ask you, Ken, what did you think of the overall museum?
Oh, I loved it. It's pretty much kind of my dream of being able to do something like that. And yeah, definitely seeing some of the computers I'd never seen before or even heard of was pretty cool.
Yeah. The one in particular, and I mentioned it to you when we talked about it in the car afterwards, was that one with the record player built in, that educational one. That's from the 60s or early 70s. I can't remember, but I've never even heard of that thing before. And I will mention, we've actually, because Aaron's he's got some excess stuff that he's got duplicates of. And we talked to Jason Timmons of VCF in Chicago. He's, doing the same thing. He's got stuff. He's got, multiples of. No, Jason's still going through because he hasn't even got all the stuff at the warehouse yet. But we've actually got them in contact with each other now. And once they kind of get their collections kind of caught up and they know what's excess and what's not, they might have some opportunities to exchange some stuff so they can kind of fill in gaps in each other's collections rather than, just sell them off an eBay type thing. So it looks like, from the sounds of it, I think they're both pretty happy with kind of virtually meeting and hopefully be able to arrange to get some stuff that each one doesn't have. In particular, Aaron's got a lot of documentation stuff, and I'm not sure if Jason has quite as much. And Jason has a lot of hardware stuff that I think Aaron doesn't have. So hopefully between the two of them, as time progresses, they'll be able to expand each other's collections that the public can come and see. So that worked out really well, I thought. And this one just released this morning. So one of the things we did when we were down at the Vintage Geek Museum is that they decided to slam us onto the CoCos. They have a whole little CoCo thing there. They were planning on having it running on a Network 2 controller. But unfortunately, that was not quite working at the time we were there, so we didn't get a chance. They had multiple CoCos hooked up with various TVs, including one, wasn't the Radio Shack original wood grain one, but it was the non-rebranded one. I'm trying to remember, was it RCA? Do you remember, Ken?
Or Magnavox?
Whoever made the original Tandy color monitor.
The original
Odyssey,
monitor.
Magnavox?
RCA.
RCA made
RCA?
the great.
Yeah, so they had a wood
one,
grain
the one.
RCA, the exact same model, just didn't have the Tandy branding that they had. It's one of the ones there.
It was all set up in a little classroom situation type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, those cases, I guess, were actually a TV case. They did it because if you take the Model 1 monitor apart, you'll see underneath that there's spots for like the knobs.
Well, the Model 1 monitor still has the embossing for the wood grain fake top. They just painted it gray. Or in some cases, they just painted it brown, but they didn't put the dry brush wood grain effect on it. But they all have the wood grain embossed into the top, which I thought was fun.
Yeah. So anyway, this video is kind of covering an interview, a little bit of the interview with us. I think I don't think they put the whole thing in this one. I haven't had a chance to actually watch it. I don't know if you did, Ken.
No, they cut out about 2 hours of your talking, so they pretty much kept in everything I did.
So it's still about 3 hours long. Okay.
Still shorter than this show.
Yeah. But the main focus of this one here is they actually put all of us on this one of the Cocos and film. And I should mention they actually have a professional video person hired as part of the Vintage Geek Museum, so a person that does video for a living. And basically they put us on the Coco in the little Coco learning lab, set up like a school, like Ken was mentioning, but with the electronic book that Tandy sold, which I know the Coco crew, I think John Linville did a tech thing on it a few years back of how it worked, which I'd totally forgotten about by the time we got here. So we were kind of all learning it together because I don't think any of us had ever really used it before. I know I hadn't. Ken, I'm pretty sure you didn't either.
Nope.
So we were kind of like running through some test programs and actually trying out the hardware and stuff here. Now, this is a 14-minute. I'm not going to play the whole thing here. I'll just fast
And I'd
forward
like
it.
to point out, too, that they told me afterwards that Radio Shack Gift Express sign was just balanced up there. So if the floor had shook, it would have just fallen over on my head.
Yeah, and you sit over here. Yeah.
So I'll play a little clip here in the middle. I've not actually vetted
Yeah,
this at all.
this is just when we're sitting down at the computers to play with the learning book.
Oh, so I should fast forward a bit, or
Ken, get in front of this big screen.
Use this, and I don't think that you guys have either.
none of us have.
Nope.
Our first game here is called the Number Factory, and basically it's a binder. It's a 3-ring binder, and it has a set of buttons on the back.
It's
cover
basically
that when you
3
have the different
adults
pages
trying to figure out how to
overlaid,
play a
you're
kid's
basically
game.
pushing buttons on the page, so it was designed for
Best
younger
description
learners and that
ever.
sort of thing. Plugs right into the joystick port on the back of the color computer. We've got the Number Factory ready to go here. We're going to give this our first run through here and see how we do.
I like to call it math is hard, so I think we hit go.
This seems like a good first option. All right.
Level 1.
Nice. Okay.
Simple for children to figure out.
It's just us poor adults are having the problem. There you go. That was you. I didn't press
Yeah.
it. Are you going to make it harder for us?
One of the key factors here is you have to have enough room for the book so that you can press all of the buttons.
And I'm going to have...
As you can tell, it's a lot of fun. It was really cool. The way that they have shot this and the way they do the transition cuts and stuff. I mean, you could tell the videographer does know his stuff. I would never be able to pull off something like this in a million years. Ken probably could, but I couldn't. But
if I had time.
Yeah. But it was a lot of fun. It was great going to the museum. I can't remember how long did we spend there. They also graciously took us out for a lunch too. So
Yeah. Well, we got there at about 11:30 in the morning, I think, and we left about 4 or 5.
yeah, and it was a 6-hour
spent the
drive
day.
each way, so it was a long day. We got up at 4 in the morning, which we'll cover in Ken's video. But that was a lot of fun. I really like the way they have it set up because they have areas by different computers. They have a whole library section, which is like manuals and original software discs and boxes. They have the little learning lab, which is kind of set up like a mini classroom, which is what we're sitting at here, right, where you see on the screen. And very interactive with the people. I mean, we end up talking with just about everybody that works there. And everybody's super friendly and, fairly knowledgeable. They'll admit if they don't know stuff. Unlike me, who'll try to, BS my way out of it. I had a great time. It's a really, really good museum. I'm really impressed with it. And definitely, if you're in the Knoxville, Tennessee area, I would, if you have time, I would definitely go check it out. And there's a fair bit of TRS-80 stuff because I think that's what Aaron started with.
Yep.
Next up, this would be Bob Emery, La Coco Strangiato. And he's doing a YUV to HDMI converter for the color computer 1 and 2. Which basically goes YUV to an RGB to HDMI adapter, including artifact color support. So he kind of shows the difference between like the composite video output, and then when you put this in, he also goes the difference between the colors. This is from the same computer, but just with the two different solutions for the video, and you can see it's much clearer on the top and not so washed out with fraying bits on the edge and stuff here. I think, you know, test some games on it and stuff too. So I won't play that because the show's gonna be long enough as it is. But definitely go check that out. It was great to meet him in person at the show too. And it's his very first fest ever, so that was cool I think for him too to meet everybody, and hopefully we'll see him every year from now on. And hopefully he'll pop on the panel again. Next up, this is a two-part from Vern's Misadventures, which I think I have had covered his stuff on the show before. So basically, in this case, he's doing a two-part on a Color Computer 2. Part 1 is adding extended basic and upgrading the memory. And this is like a half-hour thing, so I'm not going to play all of it here, but basically it just goes through the actual upgrade itself. You know, burning the EEPROM itself, so he didn't actually have a pre-done extended basic chip. He had to burn an EEPROM to put it in. So he goes through like the EEPROM burning procedure as well. And then he did a follow-up, and this was to set up and learn how to use the CoCo STC. Now, at the beginning of it, he goes through doing it what he calls the hard way, which is learning how to use the commands, like, you know, dir quote / star to get a root directory or whatever type thing, like doing it all manually. And then he was looking at, you know, the EXP and the STC Explorer, and he go, I don't know if I'll really learn anything if I do it that way because it makes everything so easy. But he did end up installing it. I was really glad he did, because he can still use the command line options if you want. But if you just need to quickly, you know, switch between disks or quickly, you know, create a new disk or whatever, it's much quicker and easier just to use the Explorer. And he really liked the fact that you could set up the Explorer to either auto execute, or you can just type EXP to fire it up, rather than having to like physically mount the drive with it and then, you know, run it manually from there. So it's kind of the best of both worlds. So pretty good little educational videos and kind of like explaining how to do the STC stuff and how to do the upgrades on the CoCo too. So a good almost hour's worth of content between the two. And then back to David Mitchell of David's Retro Corner. So this is getting into some more stuff that's a bit more on the serious side. So this one, he did the video of the GFX graphics spring demo running in P-Mode 4 and a CoCo 1 and 2. He also did a low-res version of the MC10, which I'll cover in a bit here. This is also originally from the book Terrific Games for Your Tandy, colored by Hal Renko and Sam Edwards. David did do a couple of minor updates on it, which I think he mentions down here, if I remember correctly. Add checks to keep the XY valid and reset the display when the space bar is pressed. So you can kind of reset it. I'll just play a little brief bit here, but basically it uses, you know, sine and cosine type stuff to draw, you know, fancy curvy shapes and stuff like that. So it's just a little graphic demo. Ken, I don't know how you want me to introduce this or what part you want me to play, so it's totally up to you.
This is our trip to CoCo Fest and beyond. There you go.
Now, did you want me to play a bit, or do you want to just tease it like that and leave it, or what would you like me to do?
I don't know. You can pick a spot in the middle, I guess, or basically it's just our trip and all the things that happened, especially with the chocolate bars.
The snowstorm.
Plus some footage in the middle about actually being at CoCo Fest. Yeah, show some nice footage of the roads we were driving down.
Okay, so
in the second chapter there.
Well, I was going to show you drove through some snow in BC too. This is probably in the Coco Hall, I'm guessing.
Yeah. So going over the mountains there, got snow, rain, sunshine, wind, and furniture, but no couches.
Okay, and now us leaving. Like when you arrived in Saskatoon, this is what you arrived to.
Yeah.
And we just gotten off some like 65 to 70 degree temperatures.
Oh, you have an Arby's.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's even an Arby's.
That's actually Lloydminster, but
yeah, we have Arby's here too. So
I thought if it was Arby's, it would have like a little maple leaf on the hat too.
Darn it! Now I'm hungry. Thanks a lot.
Which Lloydminster is that? The Alberta one or the Saskatchewan one?
that red pole right there is the border going
it's
into
the border, right,
Saskatchewan.
okay.
Yeah. So anyway, when you arrived in Saskatoon, I think it was a little bit cooler. It was probably overcast, but it was basically dry.
Yeah.
It was uneventful, so really, there's nothing to say about it. Day 3 began like this.
That's 6 o'clock in the morning.
And this is where the true adventure began.
This is different.
Thanks to the extremely icy roads, Curtis and I were forced to choose a different route than we had planned. In the first 4
Several
hours,
times.
we only traveled a little over 100 kilometers. It was then Curtis realized he had forgotten the chocolate bars. You see, it's a tradition, because apparently our Canadian chocolate bars are better, that people put in orders and Curtis delivers them to the show.
Now, I mentioned at this point, we were actually stopped dead for, I think, what is it, 25, 30 minutes before we gave up?
About half an hour before we gave up and went north.
So everything you're seeing on the ground there on the highway, that's ice. That's not snow. That's not loose snow, not slush. That's solid ice.
There's a jackknife semi in front of us, about a mile up ahead of us.
Yeah, but completely blocked the entire highway. And they couldn't even get a tow truck out there, from what I understood, for hours because of the road conditions. So this is when we gave up and started driving the wrong direction, heading north towards the North Pole to get around all this.
Because the roads were so bad and we were worried that more roads and border crossings were going to close, we decided to press on. Curtis had some.
Actually, by the time we got to the border, it wasn't too bad until we crossed it.
Delivery to the hotel in Chicago. It was a good thing we didn't turn back, because we crossed the border just below Winnipeg and made our way to Fargo barely ahead of the road being closed. It had taken us almost 16 hours to travel the first 1,100 kilometers. We were behind schedule, but at least the chocolate would meet us in Chicago. We pressed on until we...
This is us driving about 20 miles an hour down the highway.
Right?
Yeah.
Day 4 began with some snowy roads that quickly became sunny and dry.
And there, we're now near Chicago.
We finally made it to the hotel on Friday, only about 8 hours later than we had intended.
So honest, we were going to help you guys haul stuff from the VCF warehouse to set up, but all that happened.
We had every intention of being there before noon, not 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Started early.
Right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, you would have missed the show.
But I mean, I really like the way Ken cut this, because I mean, it's ostensibly about the CoCo Fest trip itself, and then covering some of the stuff we did a bit later on in the trip too. But the chocolate bar theme is running throughout the entire video, with Ken doing updates, and all the lies we got from UPS, where they'd say, we talked to a manager and it'd say, hey, it's on a truck to Memphis right now, it's a truck in Memphis, and then the next day, you get an update from the tracking saying, yeah, it got onto a truck at 10:15 p.m. last night in Chicago. So like they were constantly changing stuff and making it worse and worse, to the point where we missed them entirely. We were just about back in Canada before they finally made it to Memphis. But I really like the way he had this this threaded theme going throughout of tracking the chocolate bars. He did a really good job on that, Ken, I have to say.
So it's more of a video about chocolate bars than it is CoCo Fest.
No, you covered CoCo Fest pretty good too. But I mean, there's no matter what part of the trip we're on, the chocolate bars have to get mentioned as to what we thought the status was, and then you have to do the massive correction the next day of the trip, because everything changed and reverted in time. So, like I said, Ken's like the guy from Vintage Geek. He's a professional videographer. He can actually cut scenes together and make it a really good narrative, and I just don't have that capability. Anyway, definitely worth watching that. Go ahead over to Ken's channel and definitely watch that if you want to kind of get caught up on the whole saga. And
yes,
also
watch my videos. I need the watches, please. I need friends.
Well, there's a revelation.
This is why my channel has 40 subscribers, because I have no friends.
I wish I had that many.
Next up, TGB Chris, we've actually have had it on the show as a guest a few times now, and he's active in both the CoCo Discord and on the TRS-80 Discord as well. He did the video here on the SEC firmware and SEC DOS upgrades. Now, I think he's only running a 609, so he hit none of the problems that the firmware has caused for 609 users, or it actually would just randomly crash at different spots trying to boot. I won't play too much, because I mean, it's basically just going through what it looks like to do the upgrade, the flash firmware, etc. You can definitely check that out. If you've got a 6809 base CoCo, this is a totally safe, do everything. If you've got a 609 and you use Nitrous 9 EOU, and I'm still waiting to hear back from Bill on if he's talked to Darren about specifically what they can do to fix it. But basically, it's running a little bit too fast for the SDC's new firmware update to handle, and it will crash. If you back it to the previous version, it works fine.
Is there? Yeah, I was going to ask. Is there a downgrade available, and where would you get that? Do you know?
I think he's got all the versions on Darren's site.
No, he's only got the most current one on the blog site.
Okay. Are they on the archive? I thought I did see them somewhere.
Well, if they're on the archive, that would be great. But I think I have the zip file of the previous firmware updater, which, I could probably see if I could throw that on the archive. But yes.
Or I can even put it on my site temporarily until the problem's resolved.
Yeah, you can downgrade the SDC DOS and the firmware if you want, but the issue appears to be with the microcontrollers firmware. So
that is confirmed. Bill did do the testing. The SDC upgrade works fine.
So just right now, if you haven't done any updates, but if you want to do an update, just do the SDC DOS update. Do not do the firmware update for the microcontroller yet.
Yeah. Now, I will mention, as I mentioned earlier, if you have a 6809, you don't have a 609 base CoCo, you can do the firmware update. That actually does work. It runs slow enough on a 6809. It doesn't have a problem. But if you have a 609, it definitely will cause crashes. You won't even be able to boot it most of the time. And it seems to crash at random spots, too. Like, it's not always the same, even on the same machine. So,
yeah, well, if there's anybody out there like me, all of my CoCo 1s, 2, and 3s have 6309s in them. So, I'm kind of
you can boot the 6809 version of Nitrous 9 EOU on a 639 system, and that will work as well. But of course, you're running slower.
Yeah, but that defeats the purpose of having a 6309.
Well, that's my thought. But like I said, I got Bill in contact with Darren basically for the email that Darren had sent me when he heard about it. And I haven't had a chance to talk to Bill. I'm pretty busy catching up all stuff here for work and home stuff, yard work, for example, the last week here. And I'm kind of just about caught up now. So I'm hoping I'll just phone Bill and find out if he's heard anything back from Darren or if they've even started working on the solution yet. But yeah, the firmware update is definitely the problem. The SDC DOS update doesn't have anything to do with it whatsoever. So feel free to update that. Next up, we got somebody named Jim Gary. I don't know who he is, but I think he's going places. Working on a basic game. What's that?
Oh, I said, are you sure?
So he's working on a basic game for the MC10 called Bomb Aimer. And this one he's playing and entering in the next 10-line basic programming contest. And he has the WAV file of the current version of it up on the CoCo and MC10 Facebook groups. So I could have put this under the gaming news, but because it's meant to be part of a programming contest, I thought I'd throw it in here. Now, you see there's more line numbers than that, but REMs don't count to this contest. So I'll just play a little snippet of it here. So it's kind of almost like a periscope type view, I guess. Or you're trying to fire at these things and you got your little crosshairs there. So for 10 lines of basic, that's not bad. You got some stuff to do. Next up, he converted microword, not converted, he typed in microword. So this is originally by Tino Del Borgo, who's actually from Tasmania, up, nearer Nick than the rest of us. And this was published in Australian CoCo magazine, I believe. Let me just double check that.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, Australian CoCo, October 1984 issue. It's meant to be a simple word processor for the MC10. So he typed it in and actually runs a demo here so you can kind of see what it look like. I'm pretty sure it requires the 16K RAM pack upgrade or one of the newer, larger ones. But it allows you to save and edit and print. And I mean, the editor is a bit primitive just because it has to run the MC10 with, 32 columns, and you can't do a full high-res display, so you can't do high enough res to really do a more characters on the display like P Mode 4, like Telewriter or VIP did on the CoCo. Because basically you're limited, unless you've done the upgrades to the motherboard itself, you're limited to, I think, 128 by 192. So you might be able to sneak some vertical stuff, you definitely would need a 16K RAM pack then, because basically you're using the entire onboard RAM for video at that point.
No lowercase, of course.
Yeah. I mean, for the sounds of it, it's actually not bad given the hard restrictions it's running under. It's not something I probably would use myself, but it does have some features like editing lines, extending lines, and change and replace, etc. Next up, we have Micro Magic that Jim Gary did. So this was originally by Brian McLaughlin in 1984. It's a program for making intro screens. So it's kind of like, I'm trying to remember the name of the one from Sugar Software for the Coco back in the day. Auto Run, I think. That was more of a twofer. That was meant to do you're designing your splash screens that load in off cassette or disc. But that one also then would auto run the program so that you wouldn't have to wait for the OK prompt to type run. This is more just for designing the screens themselves. And this is originally from Australian Coco magazine in December 1984, so a couple months after the word processor program here. So I'll just play a little brief snippet of that, just kind of show what it looks like. Not quite sure we jammed all the sound in there, but okay, that might be part of the demo. Maybe I'll just mute that.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. I kind of forgot that was there. But you can see it's doing some scrolling, and it's actually drawing bigger characters using the character string graphic codes.
Notice he called it the Myco.
Yeah, that was a nickname in Australia for the
Australia,
the MC10.
Which really is a pretty good name. It's got
I also heard the Pico was one, I think. Oh no, Pico's a different thing. Never mind.
A different thing, yeah.
Did we have a nickname in North
Color.
America for the MC10? I don't remember hearing one. I think it was just called the MC10.
I thought it was doorstop.
But it looks like a nice little package for doing little animated, intro screens and stuff. So that was pretty cool. They have another one here called Computer Olympics, originally written by Stephen Maines and Paul Summerson from the 1984 book Computer Olympics, which is kind of a text-based animated kind of, using text characters to animate kind of the Olympic flame style thing. So that's kind of animated the torch using parentheses characters, which is kind of an interesting thing. It actually kind of works. And then back to Davy's retro corner, David Mitchell here. He did the GFX demo spring that we showed on the Coco Dragon before. This is downported to the MC10 to run an SG4, so it's running in low res. But still draws basically the same style sine, cosine to do the curves and stuff. You're just a much more resolution. And a little bit faster because the MC10's basics a little bit faster than the standard Coco one too. Anyway, just a little graphics demo. Next up in the MC10 group on Facebook, Robert Sieg posted a rather interesting eBay find, which I'm hoping is still active here. But apparently there was an official Radio Shack MC10 diagnostic tool, and the guy's asking an insane price for this because it's supposedly so rare. I don't know if Mark's still in the chat, if he remembers anything about this. I've never heard or seen of it before myself. So basically what it is, that's a little box from it, and that's a part number. I don't recognize that. Does anybody here who maybe worked at Radio Shack or knew Radio Shack part numbers ever heard of an AXX code?
Yeah, AXX was basically the internal parts to a particular machine.
So this would have been stuff internally for Tandy Radio Shack, but not to sell to consumers normally?
Yeah, they could order it, but this would be like parts manuals in the parts manuals type of thing.
Okay. Because from the looks of it here, it actually came with its own binder. And then that's the inside of the binder with the box with the actual product itself.
Never seen one like that, but okay.
So it's actually got the styrofoam. It's basically it plugs into the where the RAM expansion goes by the looks of it.
Yeah. A little
So
pricey.
the Early Coco 3 512s were AXX part numbers.
Oh, okay. And there's the binder that actually has the name Tier City MC10 Diagnostics. I don't think I even saw CoCo programs that use this brown binder. That was usually reserved for like the Model 2s, 3s, 16s.
That was
12s,
yeah.
Yeah.
Model 1 leatherette.
I've got a couple of those binders around here.
Anyway, I was wondering, is anybody here willing to put up $1,499.99 US for that?
Yeah. I think I'll buy the one from Retro Rewind instead.
Don't forget the $20 shipping.
Yeah, it's not enough to pay $1,500 for it, but you got to pay your own shipping.
Can't do free shipping.
But I've never heard of this. I've never seen an MC10 or CoCo thing that had that kind of a binder. And it does, I have to say, it kind of looks like it's legit. It's way overpriced, obviously, but
well, the binders were from Radio Shack, that's for sure.
Yeah, and this looks like a proper MC10 style.
Pay $1,500 for it, and it'll be just the 16K expander cart.
And you get
it's entirely possible.
You get the ripped up instructions too.
Yeah. And this part number here, like the 26 was generally their computer stuff, wasn't it? The prefix?
Yeah.
And 0001, that sounds suspicious because that would have been like a Model 1 or something, wouldn't it?
That's another number.
This is the first one of that product. Serial number 1.
And they've got a little bit of the sheet here showing us as the RC2 test requires a loop back counter or connector. The connector should have pins 1, 2, and 4 shorted together. The test will then send data out and try to read it back in. So there's a very like half a sheet of information of running it.
Yeah.
I think there's another picture of that a little bit later on, but it's sideways. So I don't know if I can read it. Oops. So it says this ROM pack works in much the same way as the color computer diagnostic ROM pack. The main difference is that this pack will not auto-execute. Once the pack has been plugged in, the user must type in exec 8192. Now, I'm not familiar with the memory map on the MC10, but is that something that's mapped into the cartridge port? Is that where the RAM normally resides? Does anybody know?
I don't know.
Oh.
I never got to play with the MC10s.
Jason, is he still here? Because he's done some stuff with the MC10s. I don't know if you might know.
Did many MC10s go to Tandy for repair? Like, did they fail much? Or?
I don't know.
Not that I recall.
No, I didn't think so.
I never really saw much for color computers. Mostly disk drives on 3s and 4s. And 2s, the Z80 lines.
Yeah, and it goes into some of the external hardware stuff. So it goes through the bit of instructions for the cassette test, the printer test, and the RS-82 test because they're a little bit different. But it looks like the other tests would just be on screen menu stuff. There's unfortunately no screenshots of what it looks like running, but I'd be interested to see this running because it looks like it might be legit, though I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that catalog number because when the MC10 came out, there was already a lot of computer stuff already out.
Yeah, that 26 I think is totally wrong. And maybe they just picked a different box. But the AXX one, from what you described, it sounds like that could be legit.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the other thing, too. Like, you wouldn't have 2 part numbers, would you?
Oh, what's that? 26, 30, 11. Look at that.
Yeah, well, the AXX would have been the part number you used when you ordered from National Parts, whereas the 26 3011 is what would have been in the store.
And the 0001 is just a bad label.
Yeah, it could be. No, also the thing I'm trying to remember is when was the MC10 sold? It came out in summer of 1983, I believe, because it was before the CoCo 2 and before the 64K CoCo by a couple months, and then sold for about a year. So, I mean, the time period for this February 1984 on the sticker here is probably legit because that'll be about halfway through its selling life.
Oh, that makes the $1,500 price tag more worthwhile.
Appealing.
Snazzy binder though for an MC10.
Well, better get Brian to order this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
show Brian. He can show it next week on the show.
He'll have one next. Yeah, he'll have it next week.
Well, worth the $1,500. Yeah. I mean, if it's legit, it's a pretty interesting piece of history because I've never even heard of this. Mark, was there a national parts catalog or something where people ordering would have a list of everything available that you can get from Tandy headquarters?
AXX stuff was usually what we ordered out of the service manuals.
Okay, so this might be mentioned in the MC. Well, no, the MC10 service manual probably would have been made way before February of '84. Unless it was a planned thing that they just didn't release till later. I don't know. I'm curious. This could be legit. It's way overpriced, but
could have been a revision. It was.
Have to do some more research on it.
Okay. No, it was pretty interesting to see that. So, it's something I've heard of. Next up on the MC10, Robert Sieg, again, just to the previous one. Postal and graphic is using a 24-bit bitmap BMP style file to 2 bits per pixel converter that he has done with some in-between stages, the MC10. The last stage of the conversion here, like downsampling from the 24-bit color down to the 2-bit, is actually runs on the MC10 itself. It's not the quickest thing in the world, as he admits. But this is, I think, when he had already downscaled to 16 colors, and then he downscaled that to the 4. Not too bad of a job. I mean, you're losing a lot of detail going from 24-bit color down to 2-bit, but it's kind of recognizable. And I think with the right source material, with the right color palette and the original selection there, you could probably do some pretty decent conversions, and then you can create backgrounds for an adventure game or something like that. And this is going the BMP 16 color converter straight down to the 2. And I think we've seen these kind of ones from Robert before. I think he said an earlier version of this utility did that. Switching over to the Dragon now. This is a pretty cool one. So those of you who played Glenn Hewlett's Defender transcode or conversion or whatever you want to call it. Wayland in the forums of the Dragon archive, World of Dragon, decided that he's always loved Defender. It's one of his favorite arcade games of all time, but he just hates trying to play with any sort of Dragon or CoCo joystick. So he went one further, and he actually took the original Defender entire board with all the buttons and everything else here, populated, like he had a raw board here with the buttons, most of the buttons missing, and then he actually populated the boards and the up-down joystick, etc. here. And then he wired it up so you can hook it right up to playing the actual transcode / conversion using the actual arcade controls from the original Defender arcade game, which I think is awesome.
Cool.
I would play the crap out of this. I still suck at it, but I'd still play the crap out of it.
But is he running an emulator there? Because that's a PC keyboard behind it.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering. I mean, the emulators do run Defender fine on the transcode.
Yeah. So that might be for a PC joystick control or USB maybe.
Well, if you scroll back to the underboard view of the buttons, it looks like he's using a switch to USB encoder, which a lot of the current arcade cabinets use that have those main boards that use the
right
USB encoders. So
it's not a CoCo product that.
Well, it could be. You just change that encoder and the appropriate thing to make it work on probably the 9-pin adapter.
Okay, so this would be a conversion kit, kind of like convert to a PC that should be running an emulator or maybe even a MiSTer or something like that.
That could then be used on a MAME cabinet because you can define the keys in MAME.
That's true.
Right. That's why I said that's probably one of those generic USB encoders that's used on a MAME cabinet or current arcade machines that use a regular PC motherboard or stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I'm reading the one quote here above this current picture we're showing. It says, I wired up all the switches to pins on the Raspberry Pico using DuPont cable soldered to the switches. Also, I want to mention, I just noticed in the chat here, because I haven't been checking the chat lately, we covered Justin D. Morgan when he did the live stream of stuff he picked up at VCF East, and he's actually in the chat. And he's mentioning that he's yet to do a follow-up on the CoCo 2. I'm waiting or trying to find the best way to capture the output. Well, there's some people on the panel here that could probably answer that question a lot better than I could. Maybe Jason or Rick or somebody or Mark or
my
David.
suggestion is if you can manage to get one of the composite upgrades for the CoCo 2 from Ed, yeah, if you can manage to get one, that would be the way to go. Or one of what is it, 8 Bits in the Basement, Alan's videos where he did both
AC's
an S
8-Bit
video and a composite mods. That would be another alternative. But I can tell you, the RF outputs on the CoCos blow. So
way to upsell our favorite machine, David. It's absolutely true. RF it's pretty bad. Composite in the CoCo 3 isn't very good either. Go ahead, Mark.
One of Alan's DVs would make the capture easy.
Yeah.
Yes, it would.
Yeah, AC's 8-Bit Zone. He has his own YouTube channel, but he also sells hardware products. And the CoCo DV is his, right? Is that the one I'm thinking of?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that actually adds extra hardware for doing sprites and stuff too. That if you want to tackle that, you can do that too. But it gives you nice, even just using it as a converter, it gives you nice, super clear output.
HDMI out, right? An HDMI out is like $15 from Amazon. Or capture for that.
Yeah, but 8 Bits in the Basement, Alan's CoCo DV, since it's already got the HDMI connector on it, but it's following the DVI specification, which of course works on HDMI.
Without sound.
Without sound. But it works great. And he uses a EEPROM on the board, which is a standard, I think it's a 24XX SPI EEPROM, so you can update it easily when he comes out with updates for it. So it's easy to use. You just have to make sure that you have a CoCo that the 6847 socketed. If not, then you have to socket it. But
yeah, I don't know if Justin I don't think he on that video opened up the case. So I mean, it's a medium age CoCo 2. It's got the full travel keyboard, not the melty one, but it just has the Radio Shack banner, not the Tandy one. Okay, so that's borderline. It might be socketed, it might not.
Okay, so it's a middle-aged CoCo 2, so it's probably the 6847.
Yeah, like most of the panel.
Not the T1. Yep. So
I should mention it's AC's 8-Bit Zone, not 8 Bits in the Basement. That's the guy from France, I believe.
Oh yes, sorry. There's too many.
Alan at AC's 8-Bit Zone. Yeah, you can definitely find him on YouTube, and he pops in the show. Sometimes he's even in the chat. I don't think he is today though.
It's so easy to get people confused sometimes.
Now you may recognize this joystick here from Microdeal on the left, because Brian Weisler showed that he's got one of these. So that's with the original, very small thumb switch. Which, if you're playing a rapid fire game that doesn't have automatic rapid fire, you're going to wear a hole right through your thumb. So what he did here is he made it. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm pretty sure that Radio Shack actually sells those little tiny switches. They normally open, normally close.
Yeah, they're common ones, right?
Oh, on the left is a standard switch. On the right is a nice dressing over that switch.
Yep, and that's what this project is. The one on the left here, this is the way these were sold from Microdeal.
Yep.
Which is the one Brian has. This is a replacement because of the exact thumb problems. We can wear a hole right through your thumb. He goes through and explains exactly what he had to do to get that to fit and to get it to fit basically in the same hole. So you're not actually damaging the plastic case at all. Because you can see here, it's got this hex nut that kind of is almost the same size anyway. So you just got a slightly oversized button. You found one almost perfect fit. And you're not damaging the joystick at all.
I'm thinking he would have had to drill that out a little bit.
Yeah, I think he did mention he had to do it a little bit, but not much. Like he just basically filed it, I think.
I do like that. Since I've got a few of the switches that are compatible with the Craft Deluxe joysticks, I would have probably used a file and made that square so I could use one of those.
Right? He's one of them puppies.
But this description he's got here is perfect. I was playing Astro Blast and pile driving a hole in my thumb from the tiny button, so I decided I needed a bigger button.
Yeah, those little
Looks
switches
good.
were never the best.
No.
Well, they were never meant for rapid fire. I mean, they were meant for like you
Cost.
click something to turn a light on or something. They're not meant for like I got to get 60 shots off in the next 2 seconds.
Right. Back in the day, I tried to make an asteroids control out of those little switches from Radio Shack stuck in a piece of plastic. And it technically worked, but no, just no.
All right, so that was a cool little upgrade project for the standard, micro deal joysticks that came out in '82 when the Dragon was announced within months, or within weeks even maybe, and pretty nice upgrade. And it actually literally fits just about exact same. He's got a little bit of a ring to put over top to cover up, I think, the fact that he did, file away a little bit to get it to fit, but not a drastic change, but would make a huge improvement in gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
And as was mentioned earlier, I think Brian Weasler mentioned this. John Whitworth of Dragon Plus Electronics has actually got some stuff back in stock again. So the first one he's got back in stock is a Super Sprite FM Plus Dragon CoCo kit version. So this adds in basically the MSX hardware, the sound chip, and the Sprite chip and color, etc. So that's the ones that the new AGD packs that Para released here, the 8th pack of the AGD enhanced games, or the Super Sprite FM Plus enhanced games. So he's actually got them in kit form again. You can actually order them. Works on the CoCo or the Dragon. It will not let you run MSX software because, of course, that's a completely different CPU and everything else. You can choose whether you want the 128K video RAM or the 192K video RAM knowledge. He says, as of this point, and to my knowledge, none of the original MSX2 machines had the full 192. So you could pull some things off in the CoCo and Dragon. The MSX2 machines, the original ones, could not pull off because they didn't have that much video RAM. And he's got some screenshots here, like kind of stuff we were showing from Pair. I think this was one of the first games we ever showed, was this particular one here, which actually had like multi-voice background music and sound effects running on a 16-color screen. And some of the, the wide variety of colors you're getting compared to what you're used to seeing on a CoCo 1 or 2. And the second one he got some parts in is the Alps key switches. So these are the really awesome key switches, and it's basically the same one the Mark Data Products keyboard had. Back in the early 80s, as a CoCo keyboard upgrade, but the Dragon had that built in. That was a standard keyboard. And people were looking for trying to get the switches here in case some of the switches broke or just got wore out, etc. And he's got some brand new Alps key switches to fit many Dragon 64s and some of the Dragon 32s and other devices such as Yamaha synthesizer keyboards. Limited stock. On the Dragon, the Alps keyboards are those with the smaller letters printed on the keys. See the difference here. So that's the switches there if you need to do any replacements. If you have a Mark Data Products keyboard and you need some new switches, I think these are the same ones. So you should be able to use that as well. And
as long as you don't need too many.
Yeah, like limited stock, but they're brand new too. So
yeah,
I think they're
£5 a button.
Higher picture. Higher. Right there. Shows you the different keyboards.
You mean these ones?
That one, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you tell the difference between.
Oh yeah, the size of the characters that are put on the keycaps themselves. Tell the difference.
Like those key switches would probably fit the one on the right.
Yeah. So it's great. He's got some stuff back in stock, especially the Super Sprite board, because there is a fair bit of software that already actually uses that, including all the AGD games, which is like 40 to 50 now at least. That use both the sound and the graphics part of that upgrade, and also now the key switches and stuff here too. And it's really good because a year or two ago we weren't even sure if John was still going to be around. He went for leukemia treatment, which it seems to have gone very well, and he's actually kind of brought the company back up because he was thinking of shutting it down. And I'm glad he's doing well, and glad that it's still going and he's getting stuff in stock again. I did read on Discord, now one of you might know more details on this. It sounds like, I think it was Dave Phillips that had mentioned that some of the FPGA controllers that are kind of like sisters of the ones that are used in the CoCo VGA and the Gimme X are starting to come out for sale again. Finally, they're finally getting some stock in. I don't think the specific one that those two projects use, because they use the same one, have come out yet, but it might be a hint that the chip shortage that's affecting those two products in particular might be nearing an end, I hope. Has anybody heard anything further on that, or am I understanding that correctly? If you guys have read the Discord messages,
Some of the things that I'm waiting on are almost available, so that sounds right. I think
Okay,
we're finally
so-
getting back to hobbyist level stuff is the older things that aren't very important are finally getting around to being made again.
Cool. Because if that happens, that means like Brendan's so far behind on filling orders for the CoCo VGA. Some people have actually just given up and canceled. It's not his fault. It's, COVID caused the entire supply chain to get completely screwed up, and it's taking years to get back to normal because they have to fill in the big company orders first. Can't switch an assembly line of chips over to little hobbyist things. But it's the exact same chip used in the CoCo VGA as the Gimme X. So both of those projects could potentially get back off the ground and start filling orders again. I know there's a lot of people wanting the Gimme X. There's a lot of people wanting the CoCo VGA. So it'd be really nice if that chip comes back and both Brendan and Ed can start refulfilling orders again. Davey's Retro Corner then put in some more. So this is the Whirlpool Enhanced demo, graphics demo. He added some color to it. This was originally by Clive Gifford in the 1983 book called Games for Your Dragon. It's not really a game, but it's more of a graphics demo. But it's been upgraded for color. So once again, using some math to draw some fancy lines using mathematical equations. Sometimes I haven't actually looked at the code. Kind of looks like a firework drawn really slowly. But it's a little graphics demo. With the original version, though, was black and white. And the last dragon one here, Just Jamie, which is not a channel I'm familiar with, put up an 8-minute video called The Easiest Dragon Emulator Tutorial 2023. And he does a series of these videos of how to set up emulators for various retro systems using various emulators. In this particular case, he's showing you how to set up XROAR to make a Dragon 32 emulate up and quickly. And he kind of gives you how to install the ROMs, bit of information on the Dragon itself, where to get some software for it from the Dragon archive. Here's a familiar scheme for anybody else like me who forgot to put the ROM in the right directory when you first got XROAR. It basically just comes up with garbage, which actually is what happens on the real thing too if you do that. Where to get some software even from the Color Computer Archive as well as the Dragon archive, and then some sample playing of a game just to kind of show it's all up and running. So if you've never tried setting up XROAR, you never tried setting up a Dragon emulator, and you want to give it a shot with a bit of a tutorial, this is a perfect video. It's not even super long and goes through all the steps. So, and now that my voice is completely given out, that's the end of the news.
Woohoo!
Now we're all caught up. Next week should not be as long.
Excuse me. That's great.
David Ladd is allergic to Curtis talking too long. It's an affliction that Ken shares.
That was our closing sound effect.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was about to say thank goodness, but I sneezed instead.
Wake up?
Well, I'm pretty sure Ken was getting allergic to all my rambling on the entire trip too. So I'm sure he's sympathetic.
I have never slept so well.
And now for the Grease Weasel segment.
Okay, that will be when I sleep best.
Push the button, Frank.
This concludes another episode of the CoCo Nation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Technicolor computer. For all things the CoCo Nation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCo Nation Show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCo Nation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCo Nation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server. CoCo forever.
Coco Fest.
Coming back. And we're back.
Thought we were
last
leaving.
thoughts?
I'm glad my voice held up the entire news segment because I wasn't sure.
Did I miss
Thank you.
We're glad to.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. It was great that you was able to join us and hang with us for this entire show.
And stay away.
And we hope to see you next week for another episode of the CoCo Nation.
Oh, is that where we are?
Yeah. Well, We better get. My kitties are telling me it's past dinner time.
Anyway, we'll see you all next week with less news.
Bye,
I hope. Well, actually, if
everybody.
we get a lot new news, that'd be okay.
Bye, everyone.